Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. Interpretation is available in English and French throughout the event. For those seated at tables, headphones are placed on the tables. For those without tables, headphones are available next to your chairs. Please ensure your headset is tuned to the correct channel for your preferred language. Channel 1 for English, Channel 2 for French. We thank you for your attention, and we wish you an insightful and inspiring event.
To all the freedom fighters, human rights fighters and defenders, and all those who are fighting for their people.
The supporters, the allies, the humans of this world. Listen.
Authoritarian countries have two techniques to stay in power. One is infusing fear, and the other one is dividing people.
Dictators, they reach people who are fighting for freedom and human rights, and they try to make them voiceless. Let's tell the story.
We must come together to make sure that
our voices are not alone.
Together we can triumph over oppression.
Together we can all be free.
we must come together and work collectively.
Finding commonalities across cultures, across continents.
Without any fear.
We must unite, because when we're united, we'll never be defeated. The violence, the oppression must not, cannot silence our calls for freedom.
Freedom.
自由.
순응국고.
아자디.
자유.
Please welcome Hillel Neuer, Executive Director of United Nations Watch.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 17th Annual Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. My name is Hillel Neuer, and I'm the Director of United Nations Watch, one of 25 human rights groups co-sponsoring this important assembly. Now, next week, the United Nations, just across the street, will open its main annual session of the Human Rights Council. We hold this Geneva Summit 1 week in advance of that UN session in order to turn a global spotlight on urgent situations that require the attention of this council and of the world. That is why courageous human rights voices have gathered here today from the four corners of the earth to bear witness before the world of the tyranny and oppression they confront, to sound the alarm, to call for action. You know, when most people hear the words UN Human Rights Council, they imagine in their minds men wearing long white beards, dressed in white robes, strolling along Mount Olympus, basing their decisions on facts, logic, and morality, when nothing could be further from the truth. Sitting around the table at the UN Human Rights Council across the street are not Aristotle, Socrates, or Plato. Rather, many of the world's worst violators of human rights, They use their membership as a false badge of international legitimacy to gain impunity for their records of abuse. Aristotle, Socrates, Plato? No. The members include repressive regimes like China, Cuba, Qatar, Sudan, Vietnam, and many others. That's right, China's communist regime, a member of the Human Rights Council, oppressing 1.5 billion people, a fifth of humanity. Yet it has never once been criticized by any council resolution, inquiry, or special session. On the contrary, they'll be sitting next week across the street as a judge. So we decided that across the street from the council, the world needs to know the truth about China. So we invited Time's Wang. His father, Wang Bingzhang, is the father of the Chinese pro-democracy movement. They kidnapped him in June 2002, and he's been languishing in prison for over 2 decades. The world needs to know what they're doing to the Uyghurs, rounding them up in camps, attempting to eradicate their entire culture. So we invited Rahima Mahmoud, a Uyghur human rights activist, translator, and singer. The world needs to know what China is doing to the people of Tibet, also trying to destroy their culture. So we have with us Nam Ki. For protesting China's oppression at the age of 15, they threw her into prison. She was there for 3 years. She managed to escape. She walked nonstop for 10 days and escaped to India. Amazing to have you with us, Nam Ki. And the world needs to know what they're doing to Hong Kong. Once a great island of freedom in Asia, its democracy has been strangled by Beijing. So we invited Sebastian Lai to tell us about his father, Jimmy Lai, publisher of a major pro-democracy newspaper. A very successful man. Jimmy Lai could have escaped abroad, but he said no. He chose not to abandon ship, to stay with his people. They threw him in prison. He's 77 years old. Now, another country sitting as a judge next week on the UNHRC is the police state of Cuba. The world needs to know what the Havana dictatorship is doing to its people, so we invited Osiris Puerto Terry. He took part in the historic pro-democracy protests of July 2021. They shot him multiple times. He's very brave to fly here to testify and then to be going back to Cuba. Gracias. Sudan sits there on the UN Human Rights Council. Sudan, the world needs to know about the war that has just killed 150,000 people, 11 million people forced from their homes. So we invited Nimat Ahmadi, a women's rights defender from Sudan, a survivor of the Sudan genocide. Vietnam sits on the UNHRC, a one-party communist regime. The world needs to know how they silence all dissent, including on social media. So we invited Van Trong Nguyen, who's been targeted by the regime for his pro-democracy activism. You know, hard to imagine, but Qatar, a country that sponsors terrorists and misogynistic regimes, is sitting at the Human Rights Council here in Geneva. They throw money around, millions of dollars, to all the international agencies, and the directors love to meet them. Yet Qatar supports terrorists and misogynistic regimes like the Taliban in Afghanistan. At the United Nations, shockingly, some want to normalize and recognize the Taliban. Listen to the words of UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed from a little over a year ago. Quote, "I hope there is a day that we do recognize this government," quote unquote. So we have invited Dr. Masouda Jalal, the pediatrician who served as Afghan Minister of Women's Affairs, and her daughter Husna Jalal, both of them now exiled, who will tell the world about how women are treated under the Taliban. For their courage and leadership, today, soon they will receive our Women's Rights Award. Now, Eritrea just completed 6 years on the council. In New York, they sit on the UN committee that oversees human rights NGOs. The world needs to know about the dictator, the country's first and only president since 1993. He's president for life. So we invited Bethlehem Isaac to tell us about her father, Dawut Isaac. the world's longest detained journalist, taken away in 2001, 24 years ago, for supporting democratic reform. Now, friends, a little over a year ago, the chair of the UN Human Rights Council Social Forum, right across the street, was the Islamic Republic of Iran. The world needs to know who this regime is. The world needs to know who this regime is, so we are greatly honored later today to have with us the Iranian Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi. The renowned opposition leader who will deliver the keynote address. And with the help of our longtime partner, Nazanin Afshinjam, we are holding a panel of survivors. We'll hear from Mahan Merabi. Her brother Mahmoud was arrested for taking part in the Women Life Freedom protests. In May, he was sentenced to death for the crime of criticizing the government on social media. Abul Fazl Amir Atai was killed at age 16 for protesting. His mother, Mariam Dior, is here to tell the story. And we'll hear from Saman Puryagma. We'll hear from Saman, also for protesting. They shot him in the eye. Now, you should know, for daring to come here, these courageous survivors, these witnesses, have been threatened and attacked. Thank you, nevertheless, for coming here. Friends, the dissidents featured here today are exceptional men and women. At great risk to themselves and to their families, they've chosen to take on the world's worst abusers, to dedicate their lives to the principles of freedom, democracy, and human rights, the principles that we here in the West all hold dear. They're fighting around the globe for our principles. We need to stand with them. One of these individuals is Vladimir Kara-Murza, a Russian opposition leader, author, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, historian, and documentary filmmaker. Because he spoke out against Putin, they tried to kill him by poisoning in 2015 and again in 2017. He barely survived. He went back to Russia. He spoke out against the regime. In April 2022, after he called Putin a war criminal, they took him away. They sentenced him to 25 years in prison for treason. He was languishing in a Siberian gulag, in solitary confinement, his health deteriorating. His wife, Evgenia, went around the world tirelessly fighting for his release. We hosted her several times here at the summit, across the street at the United Nations. By a miracle, in August, Vladimir was released, and we're going to see them both reunited soon on stage. In Venezuela, the dictator Nicolas Maduro has destroyed the country, causing more than 7 billion people to flee. He has been on the Human Rights Council many, many years. With the support, however, of opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, in the elections held in July, Edmundo Gonzalez decided to run for president. The world knows that he won. Maduro lied and made up fake results. The world knows that Mr. Gonzalez won. The regime has now kidnapped his son-in-law. He lives in exile, but he continues to speak out. We're so honored he'll be here this afternoon to receive this year's Courage Award. Now, friends, to help us make sense of all of this, to give us the global perspective, there could be no better person to deliver momentarily our opening address than Garry Kasparov, widely considered history's greatest chess player, the world chess champion. For the past 2 decades, he has devoted his life to defending human rights and democracy, writing books and op-eds. As vice president of the World Liberty Congress, Garry plays a vital role in the struggle for which all of us are gathered here today. Friends, the moral force in this room right now is astonishing. This is a gathering of those who stand as living proof that even the most brutal regimes cannot crush the human spirit. Tyranny thrives on silence. But today in this room, there is no silence, only truth, courage, and defiance. Let this gathering be a message to the world's oppressors. We see you. We will not look away, and we will not stop until justice prevails. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you to the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, and especially to Hillel Neuer for having me here. And thank you for promoting me with such an easy question. What is the state of democracy in the world today? I would love to say that democracy is doing great. This would be very brief remarks, and we could take a coffee break. Unfortunately, that isn't reality. On one hand, democracy is far more common today than in 1963, when I was born in Baku, at the age of the Soviet Empire. But we're also in a moment of upheaval, and the trend lines have been moving in the wrong direction for 2 decades. Extremists and would-be authoritarians are capturing the institutions of power in the free world. In Ukraine, Putin's genocidal invasion is supported by an international coalition stretching from Tehran to Pyongyang. Across the Taiwan Strait, China is already preparing its invasion force. Yet, the advantage still rests in our corner. The free world is more prosperous, more dynamic, and mightier than our enemies. In other words, defeat is a choice. Over the previous year and a half, Israel has demonstrated how a motivated free society can strike a critical blow against the bad guys. Hamas is a shell of the force that existed on October 7, 2023. Hezbollah is in disarray. Israel's defeat of so-called Iranian axis of resistance crippled support for Bashar al-Assad dictatorship in Syria. One of the world's most durable dictatorships, over half a century old, folded overnight. Dictatorships may look strong, but they are as brittle as glass. Since February 2022, Ukrainians have been showing that same heroic resolve. What was supposed to be a 3-day invasion has gone on for 3 years. A nation that the establishment in Washington and Brussels refused to believe in has stopped the Russian bear in its tracks. The Israelis and Ukrainians aren't fighting only for themselves. Israel is actively denying Iran's quest for nuclear weapons. Almost 20 years ago, Israel destroyed Syria's nascent nuclear program. And 2 decades before that, in a daring operation, it did the same in Iraq. Can you imagine a world in which the Ayatollahs or Assad and Saddam before them had the nuclear bomb? So it is in Ukraine. Every defeat for Vladimir Putin keeps American, British, and German troops out of harm's way in a potential war with NATO over Poland or the Baltics. And every North Korean brigade the Ukrainians destroy means millions in Seoul can rest easy. Impressive as that it all is, this conflict has been over already with decisive democratic victories, if the free world would not fight with one hand tied behind its back. There are many factors contributing to this excess of caution, not to say cowardice. One is the state of our international institution. In the perversion of history, the United Nations, the successor of the grand coalition that smashed Nazism, has been hijacked by a modern-day rogues gallery. Iran, Russia, and China have created a purgatory of false equivalence on the 42nd Street in New York City and here in Geneva. From their pulpit in the General Assembly Hall, the world's worst despots tell us that the democracies of the world, America, Europe, Japan, South Korea, Israel, are no better than they are, maybe even worse. An institution created to foster the values of the free world now has the world's democracies bogged down in bureaucratic mud, with its sworn enemies. An organization conceived to prevent war now ignites war behind a veneer of legitimacy. And I mean this literally. There is a hard evidence that UN personnel took part in the October 7 attack. In his famous Iron Curtain speech of 1946, Winston Churchill warned us that international institutions were at risk of descending into, quote, a frozen of words, a cockpit in a Tower of Babel. I fear he was being overly optimistic. When the rot runs so deep, we're approaching the question of replacing the UN rather than merely reforming it. Fortunately, there are already alternatives. I'm one of the founders of the organization called the World Liberty Congress, an alliance of brave democracy advocates from more than 60 autocratic countries. My other organization, the Renew Democracy Initiative, also unites political dissidents from around the world with a focus on revitalizing the free world's survival instinct. The harrowing stories these leaders share paint a stark contrast to the canned speeches we hear from regime representatives at the UN. When the Iranians carry on their lies about the great Satan, my friend Masal Nejad can tell you about the reality of gender apartheid under the Islamic Republic. When Venezuelan dictatorship attacks American democracy, let them hear from Leopoldo Lopez about real stolen elections. And when the Russians spew propaganda that they are defenders of freedom, fighting fascism in Ukraine, I have a few words about what democracy and fascism looks like under Vladimir Putin. To combat this authoritarian tide, the nations of the free world must band together. The late Senator John McCain once proposed a league of democracies, a coalition of free nations that can work together to confront our common challenges. To quote Senator McCain, a league of democracies, quote, could bring concerted pressure to bear against tyrants, with or without Moscow's and Beijing's approval. This coalition would enable victory over dictatorship and terrorism, not merely criticize it. It will rally the free world's resources behind Ukraine for victory instead of pushing for doomed compromise with the aggressor. And this coalition will give voice to the free and independent nation of Taiwan, not perpetuate the one China fiction. Meeting evil halfway is still a victory for evil. I know that after 8 decades, such a sharp break with the UN can be difficult to imagine, even among a critical audience such as yourselves. Some may be tempted to label this vision as unrealistic idealism. But uniting around mutual interests and shared values is a far more realistic foundation for global peace and stability than naivete that has cultivated the theater of the absurd we call the United Nations. The free world still has the advantage economically, militarily, and in the creativity that requires freedom of thought and the ability to express it like we're doing here today. What we too often lack is unity and the resolve to press these advantages. Our enemies are not so hesitant or forgiving. Today's forecast may look dark, but our destiny is not like the weather. We can take action. We can control our fate, and our collective energy will make tomorrow brighter. Thank you.
Tonight, this incredible story, the most prominent Russian opposition leader is in a coma on a ventilator.
Vladimir Kara-Murza's wife, Yevgenia, says her husband fell sick with sudden and mysterious organ failure last week.
Many suspected he was poisoned to intimidate him or worse. That's why last week's news signaled another shadowy strike against a brilliant voice who has defied the tyranny of Putin's Russia.
As so often in our country's history, the political cost and the personal cost of dissent in Russia today is high. Twice in the past 3 years, I experienced symptoms of severe poisoning that left me with a multiple organ failure, in a coma, and on life support. It was certainly intended to kill. Both times, doctors told my wife that they estimated the chance of survival at about 5%. The message was clear enough, but so is my response. Now for the second time, you will not see us run. You will not see us hide. You will not see us give up.
This morning, a Russian opposition politician taken into custody by Moscow police just hours after a CNN interview aired in which he was critical of Vladimir Putin.
This regime that is in power in our country today, it's not just corrupt, it's not just kleptocratic, it's not just authoritarian. It is a regime of murderers.
My best friend, my soulmate, joined the ever-growing list of political prisoners in the Russian Federation. A man to whom decisions come easy because his values are clear.
The empty chair on this stage is dedicated to Vladimir Kara-Murza, a Russian opposition leader and one of Vladimir Putin's most outspoken critics. His wife Yevgenia, based in the US with their 3 children, is traveling the world to advocate for his release.
I've come here to ask the Russian government, how is it exactly that Vladimir Putin guarantees human and civil rights and freedoms? Do legitimate leaders who enjoy the support of the population persecute voters who are questioning their policies? What all these victims need above all is to know that we are not forgetting them, that when their voices are stifled, we shall lend them ours, that while their freedom depends on ours, the quality of our freedom depends on theirs.
Tonight, freedom. Vladimir Kara-Murza, one of Putin's fiercest and bravest critics, speaking out for the first time here in the U.S. with his family, after being freed in the biggest prisoner exchange since the Cold War.
Алло, алло.
Алло, алло, пап.
Да, Катюшечка, это ты?
Да, пап, привет.
However strong the dictatorship and the repression, if enough dedicated people are prepared to stand their ground and stand up for their liberty and their rights and their dignity, they will prevail.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to open the first panel with 2 of the most impressive people of our times, 2 champions of human rights, to 2 of the great heroes of our time. My name is Björn Stritzel. I'm the chief international correspondent for Germany's Bild newspaper. And I gotta say, I'm also personally very happy to see both of you united on this stage after seeing you, Yevgenia, speaking here on behalf of Vladimir. In the past, we've seen it in the clips, and you, Vladimir, have spoken here a couple of times before. Now the both of you are united here. Many people in this room advocated for your release. None of them fought as brave and fiercely as Yevgenia, so it's really incredible to see the both of you united here again. So a year ago, when the news came that the Putin regime murdered Alexei Navalny, I remember many people were really immediately shocked by the news and thought of you that it has to take a miracle to survive, for you to survive, for you to get out and to continue your fight against the Putin regime. Now, obviously, this regime, they tried to kill you, they tried to silence you, they tried to intimidate you, but obviously they couldn't break you. Just a few hours after you were released, you already went to a press conference and you announced that you're going to continue your fight together with Yevgenia. Can you tell us a little bit? I've seen you traveling a lot, you're giving a lot of interviews in the past months since your release. Can you tell us a little bit about your work with the Free Russia Foundation in the past month, especially now with the different circumstances you are now fighting together outside from Russia and not inside in Russia? Can you share a little bit of insight of this?
Thank you so much, Joran. Thank you, Hillel, and to all friends at United Nations Watch and everybody who's here today at the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. You mentioned the word miracle, Bjorn, in your introductory words, that it would take a miracle to set us free, and it was a miracle. This is the only way I can describe it. I was certain that I was going to die in that Siberian prison, and ever since the 1st of August last year, I've been watching this film, really, to be honest. It's still completely surreal, and this is a particularly good episode today here in Geneva, but it still doesn't quite feel like a reality. But I think this miracle that happened on the 1st of August goes to show that advocacy matters, that public attention saves, and that good people in democratic nations, when they join their efforts, when they stand together, when they work together, are strong. Dictatorship can never hope to be. Because that exchange, the largest prisoner exchange between the East and the West since the days of the Cold War that happened on the 1st of August, would never have happened without all the advocacy and the speeches and the conferences and parliamentary hearings. And so there are no words in any language that can adequately express the sense of gratitude that I feel, and I know my colleagues also feel, towards all of those who were helping. But from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone. And now we have to fight on for those who are left behind. Today's Russia, even according to publicly available and self-admittedly incomplete figures from human rights groups, holds 1,497 political prisoners. This is more than the whole of the Soviet Union, so that's 15 countries put together, held in the mid-1980s towards the end of the communist regime. Just to give you a sense, this coming week alone, over the next 5 days, 243 people will be on trial in courtrooms across Russia on politically motivated charges. And of course, the fastest growing category on that list are those Russians who have spoken out against the war in Ukraine, against the war of aggression led by Vladimir Putin's regime against Ukraine, and that the Kremlin propaganda claims is supported by everyone in Russia. You know, they claim that all Russians support this regime, that all Russians back this war. But of course, as we know, actions always speak louder than words. And the reality tells a different story, this reality of a spiral of repression unparalleled since the Soviet era that doesn't see a day when there's no politically motivated trial in Russia. And as I mentioned, there are hundreds who are imprisoned, and there are thousands who have faced administrative charges, which is one step away from criminal prosecution. There are tens of thousands, again, this is according to publicly available figures, the dry figures of police statistics, tens of thousands of people who've been detained by police at anti-war protests across Russia since February of 2022. And last year, hundreds of thousands have signed up to petitions to get an anti-war candidate on the presidential ballot. You have asked what our priority is for this new era that for me began last August. There are many things we're working on. Many of them are to do with the future. Many of them have to do with preparations for the future. And I'm happy to talk about this if this is something of interest. But for now, I just want to mention the absolute priority for us in the coming weeks, really in the coming days, because it is today, on the 18th of February, as we are gathering here in Geneva, that in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, talks between the Trump administration and the Putin regime are beginning on the future ceasefire agreement in Ukraine. And for us, for me, and I know for many, many of our friends and colleagues, it is an absolute priority that any ceasefire deal, post-war settlement, agreement, whatever you want to call it, that any such deal to end the bloodshed in Ukraine includes a provision on the release of all captives of this war, meaning, of course, prisoners of war on both sides. That is expressly required by the Third Geneva Convention. meaning Ukrainian civilian hostages, thousands of people whose status are not provided for by any documents of international humanitarian law. In fact, the Geneva Convention specifically prohibit taking civilians as hostages, but that's what Putin's forces have been doing over the last almost 3 years. Thousands of them in Russian detention facilities, they have to be set free. Meaning thousands of Ukrainian children who have been abducted by Russian forces and taken to Russian territory. This is a war crime in international law. And because of this, Vladimir Putin is now an indicted war criminal after the arrest warrant issued by the International Criminal Court. And, very importantly, meaning also Russian political prisoners, those people, our fellow citizens, who are in prison today for the only reason of speaking out against this murderous criminal war that the Putin regime is leading. All these people have to be released as a result of these negotiations that are starting today. This is an absolute priority. This is the thought I'm waking up with and going to bed with every single day, and we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that becomes a reality.
Just to follow up on this, Yevgenia, 2 years ago, you told me that one of the most important things would be to break the media monopoly in Russia, to break the monopoly of the propaganda apparatus, to break the monopoly of the toxic TV channels, to break the censorship that the Putin regime imposed on the internet. One of those measures would be technicals, to use VPNs, to reach out to people, to tell them the truth about the Putin regime. 2 years later, can you tell us a little bit about how do you see these efforts are taking place still, or is it that we just heard the iron fist of the regime getting an even more aggressive censorship stance and those silencing voices? Or do you see that there is still some grassroots movement of people who are not connected to some of the more prominent opposition organizations like Memorial or people like yourself?
Thank you very much for the question. I want to start by saying how grateful I am to be here today. This platform, the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, sees people from all over the world. And we all come here to share our pain, our suffering, our sadness, sorrow. And we find support, solidarity, encouragement. And we realize, looking at each other and hearing each other's stories, that we're not alone, that wherever we come from and whatever we look like, whatever language we speak, we're fighting the same fight. And together, we are stronger. So I want to thank the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy for creating this amazing community of fearless, indomitable freedom fighters of the world. And to answer your question, censorship is one of the most powerful instruments used by dictators all around the world. This is the first thing that dictators want to do. They want to suppress the truth. And they want to silence those who will speak the truth despite anything. And in Russia, the same thing happened, of course. The Russian population has been subject to propaganda for the same messages for over 2 decades already, because the last major, easily acceptable to the majority of the population, the last channel, TV channel, was closed down in 2003. That's over 2 decades of propaganda, of hearing the same message again and again and again, that Russia is this big country surrounded by enemies and everyone wants to see us on our knees. Everyone wants to see Russia's demise. The work of independent journalists in Russia is extremely dangerous, and hundreds of journalists were forced to leave the country after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. because they wanted to continue their work. They understood that it was still important for people in Russia to hear the truth about what was happening. Hence, the very high number of VPN services installed over 2022. In fact, I believe that according to reports, Russia placed second worldwide by the number of VPN services installed that year, which means that a huge number of Russians still sought access to information despite all the blockages installed by the state. But unfortunately, what we see today is that the work of independent journalists is not becoming any easier, but actually it is becoming harder thanks to not just the efforts of the Russian propaganda and the Russian state, but very often that work is further complicated by the decisions of these big tech companies. For example, Apple, on the demand of the Russian authorities, removed dozens of VPN services from its app store. These VPN services that Russian citizens used to access to independent information. Apple removed access to independent media like The Insider, Medusa, Radio Free Europe, Voice of America. That is, I cannot understand this. I do not understand this. We all realize that our freedom depends in a big part on our possibility to access to independent information. People need to know what is actually happening to react to this. And I am very saddened to see that independent media and Russian independent journalists are not just targeted by the Russian state, but also by those big tech companies.
Vladimir, you just briefly mentioned so-called peace talks between US and Russia. You were friends with late US Senator John McCain, who never had any illusions about the Putin regime, who called them out at any opportunity. Do you see it as some discouraging sign when we now see the pictures of the U.S. Secretary of State with Lavrov deciding about the fate of another country? And what do you or whom do you see as your allies for a free Russia? Once the United States apparently didn't go this prior way.
Well, look, these past 25 years have not only been the story of the dismantling of democracy in Russia and the construction of a brutal, repressive, authoritarian, now bordering totalitarian regime built by Vladimir Putin. The last 25 years have also been a sad story of appeasement of this dictator by Western governments, Western countries, Western leaders on both sides of the Atlantic. And this began straight away, as soon as Putin came to power. You know, Bjorn, there's this myth that is often propagated by people, journalists, experts, politicians, both in Russia and in the West, very often for reasons of self-justification, a myth that somehow there were two different Putins. There was an early Putin who believed in modernization and reform and cooperation with the West, and then something went horribly wrong along the way. So goes the myth. Nothing could be further from the truth. Putin was Putin from the very beginning. I remember very clearly the day when I understood who this man was and what direction he was going to take our country. This was the 20th of December, 1999. The day still, astonishingly, celebrated by Russian security services as the Chekist Day, the day of the founding of the Cheka, the Bolshevik secret police, in December 1917. And on that day, Putin, of course himself a former KGB officer, came to Lubyanka Square in Moscow, to the former KGB, now FSB headquarters, to officially unveil a memorial plaque to Yuri Andropov. Now, Andropov was someone who symbolized, who epitomized the worst of the Soviet system, both in terms of the internal repression and in terms of the external aggression. As Soviet ambassador to Budapest, he was one of the architects of the 1956 invasion of Hungary. As longtime chairman of the KGB, he made it a priority to suppress and fight political dissent inside the country. He established a special directorate within the KGB to fight dissidents. He expanded the horrendous practice of punitive psychiatry, whereby opponents of the Soviet regime were declared mentally insane and kept in torturous conditions in psychiatric institutions. This was the man who epitomized everything that was wrong with the Soviet regime. And it was to him that Putin chose to unveil a memorial plaque when he was still prime minister in December of 1999. And just in case somebody still had questions, in the first year of his presidency, Vladimir Putin brought back the Stalin-era Soviet national anthem as the anthem of the Russian Federation. Now, Russia is a country of symbols, and he could not have chosen more potent symbols to start his new rule. And you know, it wasn't long before symbols were turned into actions as Putin moved to shut down independent media, expunge the opposition from parliament, rig elections, suppress peaceful protest, remove the autonomy of the regions. Then he began imprisoning his opponents, and he began murdering his opponents. And all this while, we saw Western leaders on both sides of the Atlantic rolling out red carpets for Putin, inviting him to international summits, shaking his hand, you know, looking into his eyes and seeing his soul, pushing reset buttons, and so on. Frankly, it is astonishing to me that after everything, we are seeing this all over again, because this is again what it is. I just want to remind everybody, we're now in the month of February. February is now forever a black month in Russia, a very, very dark month. February 16th, as you just mentioned, was the first anniversary of the assassination of Alexei Navalny. In a few days, February 24th, will be the third anniversary of the launch of the full-scale invasion, full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. And at the end of this month, February 27th, will be exactly 10 years to the day when Boris Nemtsov, the leader of the Russian opposition, was assassinated directly in front of the Kremlin on Vladimir Putin's personal order. This is all within these few days. So I just simply want to remind all of those Western leaders, all of those Western politicians, again, we hear this on both sides of the Atlantic, who want to go back to business as usual with Vladimir Putin, who want to invite Vladimir Putin again to summits and roll out red carpet and trade with him. I want to remind to all those Western politicians who want to shake Vladimir Putin's hand that this is a hand that is soaked in blood.
And just one last quick question. We just heard quickly in the introduction notes about the fall of the Assad regime, about the fall of a regime that also looked stable from the outside in suppressing its people, but then the Syrian people overthrow their dictatorship, which no one expected, and was just 2 months ago. It humiliated also the Putin regime as they were not able to save one of their long-term allies. Do you see this as a sign of hope that could be?
I think it's a very important reminder about how dictatorships usually end, and it's certainly the way they usually end in our country. There was a book recently out by a Berkeley sociologist, Russian by origin, Alexei Yurchak. It's a book about the later years of the Soviet regime, late 1980s, early 1990s. And the title of the book is, "It Was Forever Until It Was No More." This is exactly how things happen in Russia. Both the Tsarist regime in 1917 and the Soviet regime in 1991 collapsed in 3 days. Literally, not a metaphor, in 3 days. This is how things happen in Russia. Nobody was ready. Nobody saw it coming. This is exactly how it's going to happen the next time in Russia when big change comes. This is exactly how the Putin regime will fall. None of us knows exactly when or exactly in what circumstances, but we do know that it will, because nothing is forever, and Vladimir Putin is not an exception. And so I believe the most farsighted, the most important, the most responsible thing that we should all be doing now, we meaning the pro-democracy forces in Russia, and our friends and allies in the free world, is to prepare that roadmap, that strategy, that plan for the day after Putin. Because the next time there is a window of opportunity for democratic change in Russia, we have to get it right. for the sake of the next generation, for the sake of our children, for the sake of humanity. Because we know, and I think nobody doubts this after February 2022, that what happens in Russia affects everyone. Russia's the largest country in the world. Russia's the largest country in Europe. And the only way Europe is ever going to be truly whole, free, and at peace with itself is with a democratic Russia. That is a goal we should all be working towards. And I think it is within all of our interests to make sure that that day comes a little faster.
Indeed. Thank you so much. And I'm sure you will continue your fight, and may the day come of free Russia very soon, and we have a summit in Moscow with the two of you. Again, thank you very much. It's great to see you united here again, and all the best for you. Thank you very much.
Imagine standing cuffed in a public square, hundreds of eyes on you, silence heavy in the air. Then, crack. The first slash rips through the air before tearing into your skin. White-hot pain shoots through your body. Your breath catches, and for a moment, the world blurs. Before you can process it, crack. Another, and another, and another 50. Your body spasms, legs tremble, but you must endure. The crowd watches. Some flinch, some look away, but no one steps forward. This is not history. This is now. This happened to Raif Badawi, a leader of the free thought in the Muslim world. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, and honorary guests, my name is Alishba, a secularist from Pakistan, and a close friend of Raif and his family. And today I stand in for Therad, Raif's son, whose flight was canceled due to snowstorms. It seems like the Badawi's cause is caught between desert or the tundra, but at least we have sensible regimes in the tundra, for now. They do say laughter is the best medicine, but today I offer urgency, not comfort. Let me share with you the words Therad and I worked on for weeks from his own perspective. My father was tortured for speaking his mind, for believing in freedom. He was sentenced to 1,000 lashes and 10 years in prison, meant to break his spirit. I was 6 when my mother, sisters, and I fled Saudi. If I had known it was the last time I would be hugging my father, I would have hugged him a bit longer. For years I asked, when will Baba come home? Then when I was 9, I saw my father again in a video of him being whipped. That pain burned into my memory forever. As I grew, I understood not just what happened, but why. My father believes in freedom, even for those who wish him death. For 10 years, he walked to steel bars and concrete walls away from his loved ones. He was whipped, isolated, locked in solitary, caged like an animal, confined for months, left in silence meant to break him. But they failed. Though he endured, our family did suffer. We lost years and moments, birthdays, milestones, a life without him. My mother became both parents at once. Even after 10 years in prison, he's still not free. Banned from leaving Saudi Arabia for another 10 years, his so-called freedom is another form of imprisonment. He calls free speech the air that any thinker breathes. He believes in women's rights as a birthright. He speaks of my great-grandmother's time when women worked, made decisions, stood as equals, but then the injustice followed in the 1980s and 90s when the Saudi government stripped those rights away under the Mutawa's policing. My father knows true faith does not fear freedom. But in Saudi Arabia, those in power fear him. This is why they silence him. He advocates the separation of religion and state. He sees how religious intolerance holds Saudi Arabia back. How can a nation go politically, economically, or socially if it refuses to engage with the 5.5 billion people on earth who are not Muslims? But this is not the first time in history a voice like this has been silenced. When the ancient female philosopher Hypatia of Alexandria was murdered by religious fanatics, it wasn't just her life that was taken. It was the beginning of the Dark Ages in Europe. The Muslim world is now in its own struggle between darkness and enlightenment. The cry of women, life, freedom echoes in Iran, Afghanistan, and everywhere that women and freethinkers are told they do not have a right to exist on their own terms. History shows us what happens when people fail to stand up. Today I speak not just as a son, but for every prisoner of conscience suffering in silence. When they didn't stand up for Raif Badawi, it led to more executions, mass abuse, and brutality against those who seek freedom. Let's reflect on the fact that tribal, violent political power in the East is not an accident of history. It is the direct result of Western imperialism. The US and NATO have long supported regimes that crush dissent while preaching democracy elsewhere. It's important to remember that freedoms the West enjoys come at the cost of people like my father, and Raif Badawi is one of many who have paid that price. The West has a responsibility, not to dictate, but to empower those fighting for freedom, to stop funding the oppressors. Europe moved from the Dark Ages to the Enlightenment. Now it is the Muslim world's turn. For years, the Saudi government's disinformation campaign has vilified liberals like my father as traitor, agitators, and even terrorists. They claim people like my father threaten stability, that allowing women to live freely would destroy society, that questioning religious law would unravel the nation. But history proves the opposite. Societies that protect free thought and women's rights are the most stable and prosperous. Where women are empowered, economies grow. Where free speech is protected, extremism declines. Where people can think and question, societies flourish. My father is not a threat to stability, he's a threat to tyranny. Because once people taste freedom, they can never go back. For years, we have heard words, statements of support, condemnations of injustice. Yet my father is still not free. A media ban keeps him imprisoned in another way, unable to write, speak, or even say his name in public. What kind of freedom is that? I stand here speaking his name, but when I leave, what happens next? Do I wait another year? Another 10? Because his fight is our fight, and no one wins by standing still. For decades, the Western military-industrial complex has funded and protected the very regimes that crush liberal voices in the East. Weapons and oil trades turn oppressive governments into allies instead of pariahs. Raif Badawi's fight is about the world we want to live in, a world where people speak freely without fear, where religion is not a weapon of control, where justice is real, not a slogan. Thank you, Geneva Summit, for this platform. Thank you for listening. Let us not watch Raif Badawi fade into silence.
I remember the message from my aunt like it was yesterday. Your father is dead. We've been dreading this day for a while. My father, Wang Bingzhang, was the PRC's longest-serving political prisoner and had at that point spent the last 17 years in solitary confinement. He had numerous health problems and had several strokes in prison, so the news of his death was hardly surprising. It also wasn't true, as I found out myself after a 30-hour trip from Virginia to Guangdong province. I'd emailed the Canadian and American embassies with my itinerary and a clear message. I'm going to China to investigate my father's death. Please make sure the CCP lets me come home. My family was scared, my wife was scared, I was scared. But when I finally walked through those prison doors, I discovered that, yes, he was old, but he was very much alive. Truth and falsehood are notoriously hard to figure out in a dictatorship. Like many Chinese people of his generation, my father and his family endured unspeakable suffering under Mao. In the 1950s, the regime seized their humble dairy farm, leaving them penniless. Several of their relatives died in a famine caused by the regime's policies. And when Mao launched the Cultural Revolution, my father was nearly beaten to death after a jealous classmate falsely accused him of being a counter-revolutionary. Today, some 50 years later, Mao's portrait still hangs over Tiananmen Square. As for stories like my family's, which are very common, they can still only really be talked about in private. But like all tyrants, Mao was just a man, and he eventually died. When he did, China opened back up to the world, and my father got a scholarship to study at McGill University in Montreal. There he witnessed an election. It was a referendum that asked whether the citizens of Quebec wished to be sovereign or whether they wished to remain part of Canada. He was deeply moved. Sovereignty was a question of the highest political importance, and yet Canada trusted ordinary citizens to make that decision. As a patriot, my father believed that Chinese people were no less capable and no less intelligent. Why shouldn't they be allowed to weigh in on similar questions affecting their country? And so when my father finished his studies at McGill, he gave up a promising medical career to devote his life to securing democratic rights for his compatriots. Medicine can cure the disease of an individual, he said, but it cannot cure the disease of a nation. He spent the next 2 decades doing everything in his power to advancing Chinese democracy. He founded an influential magazine called China Spring and several pro-democracy organizations. He traveled the world to drum up support for the movement, especially among young Chinese people. He even snuck back into China on a fake passport to help set up an opposition party. In retaliation, the PRC revoked his citizenship, but he refused to ever become the citizen of any other country, maintaining that he was, and always would be, a Chinese patriot. In 2002, he went to Vietnam to meet with people he believed were Chinese labor activists. It was a setup. He was kidnapped, taken across the border, and rushed through a sham trial. In that trial, the regime fabricated the evidence against him. At the end of the trial, though, it issued a very real sentence, life imprisonment. I was 17 at the time, and we didn't have much of a relationship because my parents had separated when I was a kid. But I knew that an enormous injustice had been done to him and to my family, especially when I saw my beloved grandmother cry until she had no more tears left to cry, something she did every day for the rest of her life. And so I decided I should at least try to understand him better, as well as the regime that had done this to him. I began by visiting him in prison, which was also the first time I'd ever gone to China. When I saw him being brought to the meeting room with chains around his feet, my heart dropped. Then we sat down, separated by thick glass and steel bars. When he picked up the phone to speak, the very first thing he said to me was, "Times, do not believe what the regime says about me." I told him I didn't. Since then, I visited my father in prison more than a dozen times, and I've come to understand that his message to me that day, to not believe what the regime says about him, carries broader significance. You see, my father understood from deep personal experience that the CCP is, and always would be, an oppressive totalitarian regime held together by a web of lies. And he understood viscerally that the only way the CCP still holds power is through brutality. But the human conscience will always find brutality shocking. So the regime's only option is to lie. They lied about the June 4 massacre. They lied about concentration camps in Xinjiang. And if you ask them why my father is being held in solitary confinement, as I have, they'll tell you, "Oh, we're not holding him in solitary confinement. We just group prisoners based on offense, and it so happens that he's the only one, that your dad's case is unique." How convenient. I've also come to realize, though, that one thing that separates people like my father from regimes like the CCP is precisely how willing or unwilling they are to lie. For my father, and I would imagine for many of my fellow speakers, being truthful is a matter of self-respect. I once asked him during a prison visit, "Dad, do you think the Chinese government was behind your kidnapping?" You know what he said to me? He said, "It's possible, but we don't have enough evidence to say for sure." Imagine that. Imagine that. Your oppressor's lies have landed you in prison, but you still insist on evidence before pointing the finger at them. And so finally, I've also come to realize that the true meaning of his life is that the pursuit of truth and justice is a profound reward unto itself. And so inspired by him, I've chosen to represent in my career victims of human trafficking, forced labor, and political oppression, often in opposition to the CCP. My father is nearly 80 now. I don't know how much time he has left. What I do know is that he's used his time well, and that his commitment to principle, to truth, and to justice have helped me stay strong when I might otherwise have wavered. May it help you do so too. Thank you.
My name is Mathilde Gaillet, and I am a student in Geneva. The empty chair on this stage is dedicated to Maria Kalesnikava, an opposition leader and defender of democracy in Belarus. Maria's career was in music and arts. She played the flute in concert performances and directed international cultural projects. But in 2018, she met Viktor Babarika, who was running to be president. She decided to end its 2020 presidential campaign and launched a new political party advocating for democratic reforms. When he was unjustly arrested, Maria joined the campaign of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya to form a unified opposition against dictator Alexander Lukashenko. Despite losing the election, Lukashenko declared victory. Maria courageously rallied tens of thousands of citizens against the fraudulent outcome. The regime tried to silence her, yet, despite the risks, Maria refused to back down. In September 2020, a month after the election, Maria was abducted by agents of the regime and dragged to the Ukrainian border. They were going to force her into exile. She managed to free herself just long enough to tear up her passport at the border, choosing imprisonment in the country that she loves over exile. Maria was detained and, in a sham trial, was sentenced to 11 years in prison. She has since been subjected to harsh conditions and spent months in solitary confinement. In 2022, she was hospitalized as a result of mistreatment. Yet, even from behind bars, Maria remains a powerful symbol of hope and resilience, inspiring those fighting for freedom in Belarus and beyond. Here at the Geneva Summit in 2022, her sister, Tatiana Kormich, came to advocate for her release. She emphasized that despite Maria's dire state, her spirit remains unbroken. For Maria, she said, optimism is an expression of her freedom. It's her decision to remain strong. Just as Maria chooses to remain strong, so must we in our call to hold the Lukashenko regime accountable. Today, we say to Maria Kalesnikava, you are not alone. We stand with you. We continue your fight for democracy in Belarus, and we will not rest until you are released.
Chinese New Year's was just a few weeks ago. Since I was young, every year, my family would gather at my father's house, and we would receive red pockets, eat radish cakes, and around the table we would joke about who gained the most weight during this holiday season. Instead, my father spent New Year's in a tiny cell in a maximum security prison in Hong Kong. The Hong Kong authorities have kept him in solitary confinement for over 4 years now as a cruel reminder of the cost of standing up for the freedoms in this new Hong Kong. His alleged crime? Running the only newspaper in the city that dared to criticize Beijing. I feel like some background is in order. My father was born Laijing in Guangdong province in China in the 40s. He escaped the famine in communist China as a stowaway to Hong Kong when he was 12. He got a job in a glove factory as soon as he arrived. He always said it was one of the greatest days of his life because in Hong Kong he knew that he had a future. After his first shift, the foreman saw his condition and gave him a bit of money to go to the food market for a warm meal. As he tells it, he had never seen so much food in his life. He broke down crying. In the next few years, he went from factory worker to eventually owning his own factory. And then in his late 30s, he founded a clothing brand named Giordano. He jokes that at the time he was naive enough to think that giving it an Italian name would make it sound sophisticated. The company promised simple, good quality clothes at an affordable price. It took off, becoming one of the largest and fastest growing clothing brands in Asia, making a fortune for my father in the process. He had become a Hong Kong success story. Many in the city now wore the clothes that he made. Now, he wasn't very political until 1989. My father, along with many people in Hong Kong, was very hopeful that the student-led protests across China would bring greater freedoms. As you all know, that wasn't to be. On June 4th, 1984, in Tiananmen Square, when the Chinese Communist Party murdered peaceful protesters, Hong Kong was especially shocked by their brutality, since a handover from British to Chinese rule was just a few years away. My father, always a man of action, knew that he had to do all that he could to defend the freedoms that gave him so much. Other newspapers started self-censoring in preparation for the handover. So my father started a newspaper that wasn't afraid to criticize those in power, one that had a pro-democracy stance. I still remember many of his competitors making fun of him at first. I mean, what would an ex-child refugee with a 5th grade education know about running a newspaper, they would say. But in his hard-charging and unafraid style, he launched Apple Daily. And within a few years, it became the largest newspaper in Hong Kong. His competitors were laughing no more. And more importantly, Hong Kong now had a pro-democracy voice available at every newsstand every day. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. I still remember as a kid, our house being firebombed on multiple occasions. He had an assassination plot against him. People followed him around for years, harassing him. After he published an article calling the then Premier of China, Li Peng, the butcher of Beijing, a, quote, son of a bitch, end quote, he was given a choice. Either bend the knee or sell Giordano. He chose the latter. Dad held strong and held steady, believing that information is choice and choice is freedom. So through his newspaper, he and his journalists were furthering the freedoms of Hong Kong. He found purpose and joy in his work. In 2019, pro-democracy protests began in Hong Kong. At one point, 2 million people marched on the streets, demanding greater freedom. Dad, now in his 70s, would go out every single day to march. Hope was once again in the air of Hong Kong. Then came the national security law. The Hong Kong government had decided to go from rule of law to rule by law. Gone was free speech, the freedom to protest, and the free press. My father knew that he was one of the main targets of this law, and despite the urging of many people, he refused to leave. 6 decades after landing on the shores of this island in the pursuit of freedom, he decided to stay and stand with his fellow protesters and journalists, acting as a lightning rod for the coming persecution if he must. Then, on a fateful day in 2020, my father was arrested. The government sent 200 police officers to raid the Apple Daily offices. And when Apple Daily refused to close, they sent another 500 police officers, freezing its bank account and forcing its closure. My father has been in jail ever since, facing a slew of false charges for peaceful campaigning. He was known in the local media for being chubby. In fact, if you give Jimmy Lai a quick Google search after this, you will see what I mean. You will also see him smiling in most of these pictures. It's a almost childish smile of a man who has lived through cruelty and hard times without denting his positive outlook on humanity. But now he looks gaunt. Solitary confinement in a little concrete cell that goes up to 40 degrees in the summer will do that to a man. But that smile of hope is still there, beaming in an otherwise dark courtroom where the government have decided to destroy Hong Kong's legal system in order to incriminate the city's yearning for freedom. My father turns 78 this year. With his current national security law trial that is ongoing at this moment, he stands to face a maximum sentence of life in prison, though just 5 years will probably have the same effect, given his age and health. Unless something changes, my father will die in prison. In a recent court hearing, after a heated exchange with the government-appointed national security judges shouting at him, my father replied, "In the end of the day, the truth will come out in the kingdom of God, and that is good enough for me." But he needn't wait that long. I ask that you join my call to free Jimmy Lai and champion him for all he's given in the hope of freedom. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege to be here with you today. In 1989, I was one of thousands of students who traveled to Tiananmen Square, full of hope. As a petrochemical engineering student in Dalian, I took a 21-hour train ride in mid-May, joining hundreds from my university. The energy was electric. We believed we were part of something unstoppable. But we were wrong. Warnings came: leave or the army would clear the square by force. June 4th was a deadline. I left on June 2nd. 2 days later, the massacre began. Thousands killed, many disappeared, mass arrests followed. Back at university, we were ordered to write confession. I hesitated, but teachers urged us to comply. They knew the CCP would punish not just us, but our families. So like everyone else, I wrote, I was confused. I'll correct my political views and study hard to serve my country. A month later, passing through Beijing, I barely recognized it. Soldiers patrolled with guns. The spirit of the city was gone. Fear filled the air. Beijing was never the same, and neither was I. Now I understood that the CCP would kill innocent young students. I graduated and returned to my homeland, worked at a petrochemical plant in the industrial town of Maita. I got married and had a baby. The discrimination against Uyghurs was worsening. It got so bad that I left my job and started teaching chemistry and English at a college. During the winter break in 1997, I went to visit my family in Gulja with my baby son. For months, the regime's Strike Hard campaign had targeted religious clerics and imams, arresting hundreds. They had also banned mashrab, a centuries-old Uyghur tradition that brought warmth and joy during the harsh winter. On February 5th, one of the coldest days I can remember, hundreds of Uyghurs in Gulja marched in protest. At my mother's house, we waited, nervous. We knew the price of resistance. Then came the gunshots. The military opened fire, killing hundreds. That night, soldiers went door to door, dragging people away. Public trials followed. with many sentenced to execution. One of my neighbors was among them. His son was the same age as mine. My beloved Roja was never the same again, and neither was I. Twice I had seen the CCP murder its own people. After winter break, I returned to teaching with a heavy heart. Often I find a note on my desk. There is someone in the class. I soon realized a Han Chinese teacher was sitting among my students. I was being watched. My life was at risk. Then in 1998, a Han colleague said, "Rahima, you are a free spirit. Why not go abroad?" His tone told me it was a warning. So I did. 2 years later, I left for the UK on a student visa. Living in exile, my only comfort was speaking to my mother, siblings, and friends over the phone every weekend. But with each passing day, things worsened. In 2009, the regime violently crushed another peaceful Uyghur protest and used it as an excuse for extraditional arrests and killings, while installing surveillance cameras under the chilling slogan, "No blind spots." It was the beginning of a police state. In 2013, I was diagnosed with grade 3 breast cancer. My son was preparing his A-level exams, and I was alone. My doctor urged me to have someone care for me during the harsh chemotherapy. My sister volunteered, but CCP denied her a passport. I had to face the treatment on my own. Just after my surgery, I received the devastating news that my mother had passed away. I never got the chance to tell her I was sick. That same year, Xi Jinping took power, and the terror escalated. In 2014, the authorities began profiling all Uyghurs, labeling us as normal, suspicious, or dangerous. When I learned of this, I felt a cold chill. I asked myself, what's next? By mid-2016, mass arrests began, with people being secretly taken to concentration camps. I called my family, but one by one, they stopped answering. Then, in January 2017, I finally reached my eldest brother. But when he answered the phone, he didn't greet me with "Assalamu alaikum," as we always did. I knew then the rumors were true. The CCP has banned Muslim greetings. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Why has no one been answering?" "They did the right thing," he replied quietly. "Please leave us in God's hands. We leave you in God's hands too." It felt like another death, the same grief I had felt when my mother passed away. But this time, it wasn't just my mother I had lost. The CCP had forced my family to cut me off. Those first few months were incredibly hard, but I poured every ounce of my pain into activism. I worked with journalists and researchers, translating testimonies, exposing evidence, and consulting on documentaries, including Undercover China's Digital Gulag, which won a BAFTA and an Emmy. I became the UK director of the World Uyghur Congress, founded Stop Uyghur Genocide, and worked to launch the Uyghur Tribunal for Genocide Determination. We took the UK's National Crime Agency to court for failing to act on Uyghur forced labor in cotton supply chains, and we won. I performed Uyghur music worldwide and composed songs using the words of imprisoned Uyghur writers. In the past few years, we heard less and less from inside. But I did learn that my eldest sister passed away. My brother, who dared to answer my call, was arrested, sent to 3 different camps, and only released because he was dying. and by a miracle, he survived. I have no news of the rest of my family. Meanwhile, the CCP promotes tourism in my homeland, painting a false picture of normalcy. And embroidered surfaces under the embroidered, beneath the staged performances and embroidered surfaces lies a brutal truth. Millions are in camps or prisons, tortured and raped. Uyghur children are torn from their families, women forced sterilized. Men worked to death in forced labor camps. Uyghur slave labor goods taint the entire global supply chain, while the CCP attempts to erase the Uyghur way of life. But history has shown no dictator can destroy a people as long as there is resistance and hope. We are fighting, but we cannot do it alone. We need the free world stand with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next speech, interpretation is available in English and French. Headphones can be found on the tables or next to the chairs. Please select your preferred language. Channel 1 for English, Channel 2 for French. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hello to all who fight for freedom and human rights. My name is Bingzhang, a human rights defender wanted by the Vietnamese government. As a democracy activist in Vietnam, I spent 5 years living in constant fear of being hunted down. I thought that fear would subside once I fled the country. I believed I would be safe, or at least safer. But I was wrong. Under its authoritarian regime, the Vietnam state not only tightly controls society and suppresses freedoms within the country, but also extends its reach abroad to hunt down and terrorize dissidents who have fled. Transnational repression includes abduction, direct attacks, online harassment, and threats against family members. I'm just one of the many victims of this brutal oppression. The lives of Vietnamese refugees like me are filled with fear and lack security. I began advocating for social justice issues when I was a university student, driven by the oppression I witnessed daily in Vietnam. Corruption was everywhere. People had to bribe doctors to receive medical treatment, police officers beat people to death in detention centers, and the government seized land indiscriminately to build tourist resorts. These injustices piled up, and I realized I needed to have the courage to resist. My like-minded friends and I founded the Brotherhood for Democracy in 2013. We shared knowledge about human rights, participated in peaceful protests, and provided legal counseling to citizens who had been wrongfully treated by local officials. Because of this, I was closely monitored by the Vietnamese police, and they frequently attempted to abduct, assault, or place me under house arrest. My university expelled me just months before I was set to graduate as a civil engineer. Additionally, the Vietnamese Ministry of Public Security issued a travel ban against me and confiscated my passport under the pretext of national security. The government's repression instilled fear in all my friends and family. I too was deeply anxious and exhausted, yet this only reinforced my belief that my activism was justified and necessary for creating a more just society. On July 31, 2017, the Vietnamese Ministry of Public Security launched a crackdown to dismantle the Brotherhood for Democracy and arrested dozens of its members. I fled to Cambodia through a small border crossing commonly used by human traffickers. However, even after escaping the country, the Vietnamese authorities did not relent. On the night of September 2017, while I was walking with 3 colleagues on Old Town Street in Phnom Penh, 4 large men emerged from the darkness. I did not realize they were undercover in Vietnamese police until it was too late. Each of them carried a cup of acid and threw it directly at us. Acid splashed onto my shoulder and arm, causing excruciating pain. The burning was unbearable. I could feel my flesh dissolving. Instinctively, I ran to a flower shop at the street corner and plunged into a water basin to ease the agony. One of my colleagues, Nguyen Ngoc Đức, a French citizen, suffered the worst injuries. Acid was thrown directly into his face, leaving him blind in one eye, deaf in one ear, and permanently disfigured. We screamed for help, and local residents rushed to bring water to assist us. Although they tried to help, our injuries were severe, and they called a tuk-tuk to take us to the hospital. After traveling about a kilometer, I noticed a car and 2 motorcycles with 4 men following us through multiple terrains. Under the streetlights, I saw the reflection of a sword in their hands. It became clear that the Vietnamese police intended to kill us that night. We had to run into a restaurant to report the Cambodian police and seek help from others to reach the hospital. Acid burns require long-term treatment, but I had to keep moving, relocating to different places across Cambodia to avoid further attacks. In 2018, when my health had improved, I crossed into Thailand and applied for political asylum at the UNHCR office. Although UNHCR granted me refugee status, the Thai government has never officially recognized refugees. As a result, all refugees like me are considered illegal immigrants. Thailand, the country where I had hoped to find safety, turned out to be unsafe. I did not know at the time that many democracy activists from neighboring countries who sought refuge in Thailand had been abducted, deported, or even shot on the streets of Bangkok. Just months after I arrived in Thailand, the Vietnamese Ministry of Public Security issued an official arrest warrant for me, accusing me of activities aimed at overthrowing the government, the most serious charge against a dissident. If arrested and prosecuted under this law, I could face a life sentence or even the death penalty. In 2019, the Vietnamese Ministry of Public Security secretly changed my charge from political offense to a criminal one, falsely accusing me of procuring prostitution. This absurd charge made it harder for me to evade capture. With a criminal accusation, the Vietnamese government could request neighboring countries to arrest and extradite me while avoiding international condemnation for human rights violations. After pressure from the media and the international community, the Vietnamese authorities reinstated the original political charge, but they also intensified efforts to capture me. At the same time, I learned that the authorities were pressuring my family in Vietnam. Police frequently visited my parents' home, delivering letters demanding that I surrender. They repeatedly threatened my mother with severe punishments for me, even telling her she would never see my body again. Can you imagine the pain of a mother being told by the government that they would kill her son? The authorities also pressured me by punishing my relatives, isolating them from the local community and cutting off pre-approved credit loans that my family relied on for economic development. They warned that if I continued to evade capture, they would not leave my family in peace. Additionally, the police publicly announced on media platforms a call for information about my whereabouts. Life in hiding in Thailand was filled with fear for my family. On one hand, we feared being arrested by Thai police for living illegally. On the other hand, we had to avoid retaliation from the Vietnamese state. I have 2 young daughters, aged 5 and 6. Every time I left home, I looked at them for a long time because I was never sure I would return that day. I could be arrested by Thai police, targeted by Vietnamese agents, or both governments could cooperate to capture me. The fact that I'm here with you today is nothing short of a miracle. This kind of luck did not come to 2 other Vietnamese democracy activists, journalist Jung Yin Nhut and Thai Van Dung. Nyat was kidnapped by Vietnamese secret police in Bangkok in 2019 and later sentenced to 10 years in prison. Dung was also abducted in Bangkok in 2024 and sentenced to 12 years. Both were charged with propaganda against the Vietnamese state, a vague accusation often used against critics of the government on social media. Additionally, religious activist Iguin Bidab was arrested by Thai police in 2024 at the request of Vietnamese authorities. The Thai government is now processing his deportation back to Vietnam, where he faces a 10-year prison sentence in retaliation. I need you all to understand the Vietnamese government is doing everything it can to silence activists for freedom, seeking revenge and persecuting them even beyond its borders. Combating transnational repression by authoritarian states must be a top priority if we want to advance democracy and human rights worldwide. I call on international organizations in democratic nations to establish stronger protections for victims and impose severe penalties on individuals involved in transnational repression. Thank you for listening.
Hello everybody, my name is Matthew Johansson, and I am a student in Geneva. The empty chair on this stage is dedicated to Dr. Ahmadreza Jalali, an innocent man facing execution in Iran. Every night, his wife Vida Maranya fears going to bed, worried that she might wake up to the news that her husband has been hanged. In April 2016, Jalali, an Iranian-Swedish physician in disaster medicine, left his home in Sweden for a 2-week workshop in Iran at the invitation of the University of Tehran. Yet a few days after his arrival, he was arrested under false charges of being a spy. The following year, after a sham trial, the country's revolutionary court sentenced Jalali to death. His so-called confession was extracted under torture. Since his arrest, Dr. Jalali has endured horrific conditions. He has spent months in prolonged solitary confinement, isolated from the world, with bright lights shining in his cell 24 hours a day to deprive him of sleep. Medical issues prevent him from eating properly, and his health is severely deteriorating. Reports indicate that he now struggles to speak. For years, the international community has demanded his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention declared his imprisonment unlawful. Human rights organizations have repeatedly condemned his inhumane treatment. Yet the Iranian government regime has ignored these calls, continuing their cruel persecution of an innocent man. Dr. Jalali's case is not an isolated case in Iran. It is part of a systematic pattern of injustice and repression, where visitors with foreign nationality are captured and used for hostage diplomacy, and where academics, journalists, and human rights defenders are silenced through imprisonment and torture. Today, we say to Dr. Ahmadreza Jalali, you are not forgotten. We stand with you, and we will not be silent until you are free. Thank you.
Excellencies, human rights defenders, and honored guests. It is a privilege to be here at the 17th Annual Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. 16 years ago, I stood here today and had the privilege of chairing the first Geneva Summit and of being a partner of each of the annual assemblies ever since. I continue to marvel at the vital platform that the summit provides for human rights defenders and survivors. Today, I have the honor to present the 2025 International Women's Rights Award. The esteemed prize recognizes individuals who have shown extraordinary leadership and courage in protecting the rights of women and girls. Previous laureates include defenders of women's rights from Iran, Congo, Pakistan, Gambia, Iraq, and Somalia. This year, the 30 human rights groups that co-sponsor the Geneva Summit have decided to bestow the International Women's Rights Award upon two remarkable women, Dr. Masouda Jalal and her daughter Husna Jalal. For decades, Afghanistan has been one of the most dangerous places in the world for women. Today, the return of Taliban rule has resulted in a brutal crackdown on women's rights, the cruel denial of girls' access to education, the total exclusion of women from public life, and the silencing of those who dare to speak, as they're prohibited from speaking publicly, even among women. The UN Human Rights Chief said they are attempting to turn women into shadows. Let's be clear. The women in Afghanistan are being subjected to gender apartheid. Sadly, those of us from Iran recognize gender apartheid all too well, and we feel great solidarity with our brave sisters of Afghanistan. In face of the subjugation, however, Afghan women continue to resist. The bravery of Afghan women's rights activists are inspiring for women worldwide. One such leader, Dr. Masouda Jalal, pediatrician, academic, and fearless advocate, Dr. Jalal has been a pioneering figure in Afghanistan for basic human rights for women to political participation. She served as Minister of Women's Affairs and was the first woman to run for president in the history of Afghanistan. Dr. Jalal shattered barriers. Despite threats and intimidation, she has remained steadfast in her advocacy for human rights and gender equality. Her daughter, Husna Jalal, follows her footsteps, emerging as a powerful voice for Afghan women. When the Taliban seized power back in August 2021, she fled to the Netherlands. After her arrival, Husna Jalal founded the Young Afghan Women's Movement, building a transnational community to support Afghan women. She also founded Women for Change International. Through her advocacy, she has become a voice for the voiceless. What an extraordinary mother and daughter team. For their courage, for representing the unbreakable spirit of Afghan women, we are proud to present the 2025 International Women's Rights Award to Dr. Masouda Jalal and Husna Jalal. Please come forward to accept your honor.
distinguished guests, it is with profound gratitude that I accept the International Women's Rights Award today. But this honor is not mine alone. It belongs to every Afghan woman who continues to resist oppression, to every Afghan girl who refuses to give up on her education, and to every mother who dreams of a future where her daughters are free and safe. For decades, Afghan women have fought for their rightful place in society. I was one of the fortunate few who had access to education, earning my medical degree from Kabul Medical University and later joining its faculty. As a doctor, I saw firsthand how systemic injustices, poverty, forced marriages, and lack of education trapped women in cycles of suffering. I realized that treating their physical ailments was not enough. Their struggles were rooted in policies designed to silence them, to erase them, and so I turned to advocacy. But the Taliban's rise in late 90s sought to undo everything we had worked for. They stripped women of their rights, banned them from education and employment, and imposed a regime of fear. I lost my position at the university, yet I refused to be silent. I fought for women's rights to work and education, and for that I was imprisoned by the Taliban leadership. If not for international and UN intervention, I might not be standing here today. When Afghanistan began its journey towards democracy in 2001, I saw an opportunity not just for myself, but for every woman who had been told she was powerless. In 2002, I became the first woman in Afghanistan's history to run for the presidency. Many dismissed the idea of a woman leading the country, but I persisted. My campaign was not just about winning an election. It was about proving that women belong in politics, that we are capable of leading and of shaping our nation's future. Though I did not win the presidency, our fight was not in vain. Women entered politics in unprecedented numbers. Nearly more than 500 female candidates ran for offices in the following year. By 2021, Afghan women held key civil service roles as ministers, ambassadors, judges, and lawmakers. We led businesses, reported as journalists, enforced the law, and advanced healthcare and education. Our achievements were not just personal successes, but a collective determination to build a more inclusive and democratic Afghanistan. We were building a nation where women were not just participants, but decision makers. Then in 2021, the Taliban returned, and with them, they brought back the darkness we had fought so hard to escape. Women were banned from schools, forced out of their jobs, erased from public life. Those of us who had spent our lives advocating for change were forced into exile or silenced through threats and imprisonment. The Taliban spread lies claiming that Afghan women leaders had abandoned their people, but exile does not mean surrender. We are still fighting We will always fight because Afghan women make up half of our nation, and we demand a future where women are not merely survivors, but leaders, where girls can walk into classrooms without fear, where no one is forced into silence because of their gender. This award is not just a recognition of past efforts, it is a call to continue, a reminder that our work is far from over. And I promise you, I am ready to return to my beloved country, Afghanistan, the moment it is safe. I will continue to fight for democracy, for justice, for the dignity of every Afghan woman, because we will not be erased, we will not be silenced, and we will never stop fighting for the future we deserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a true honor to receive the International Women's Rights Award and represent the young generation of Afghanistan today. I was born during the first Taliban rule in the 1990s, a time of extreme repression, especially for the women of Afghanistan. When the Taliban seized power in the 1990s, they imposed severe restrictions on education, employment, and basic freedoms, targeting anyone who dared to oppose them. But amidst that darkness, there were voices of resistance. One of those voices was my mother, Dr. Masouda Jalal, a woman who stood up when many were forced into silence. Today, I stand before you as a 29-year-old Afghan representing a generation of women who grew up under radically different circumstances than our mothers. My mother was born during a monarchy. She witnessed coups, survived a Soviet invasion in Afghanistan, and endured the first Taliban regime. But I was raised in democracy, one where women could become parliamentarians, leaders, and ministers. My generation grew up believing that we too could take the highest positions in the government, and we saw it happen in Afghanistan. When my mother ran for the president in 2002, and again in 2004, our family home became her campaign headquarters in Kabul, Afghanistan. As a child, I learned the power of change from a very young age. I watched my mother fight for a better and peaceful Afghanistan, and I understood that progress was not just a dream. It was something we had to fight for it. So when the Taliban seized power in Kabul in 2021, my generation was in shock. We had heard the horror stories from our mothers of being trapped within four walls. But never did we think we could live through it ourselves. In July 2021, just a month before the collapse of Afghanistan and Republic government, I spent 6 days leading a training for the young women in Afghanistan in Kabul on social justice and how to fight patriarchy in Afghanistan. Imagine that, teaching young women how to fight and challenge oppression and dictatorships. And at that time, it felt it was possible to achieve it. Then overnight, on 15th of August, everything collapsed. Decades of hard-won progress by Afghan women were erased in a single night. After leaving Afghanistan, I arrived in the Netherlands, but I couldn't stop thinking about all those young women my age in Afghanistan. I remember one girl in particular in Kabul, so full of life, so eager to learn, but her family was pressuring her to marry. Her family was pressuring her to marry, but she resisted. And when I finally reached her, despite everything, she was still standing firm. Today, the younger generation of Afghan women in Afghanistan live in fear, not only of the Taliban, but the men from their families and communities. Child marriages, forced marriages, blood price marriages have become the new norm again in Afghanistan. This is the heart-breaking reality for Afghan girls today. They refuse to live without hope. They would rather die than accept a life without dreams and hopes. For a few weeks, maybe a few months, the world paid attention to our problems and to the voices of Afghan women. The media told our stories, but then silence. And insiders' pessimism took hold. The world shrugged and said, of course, women in Afghanistan have no rights. That's just the way it is. But let me tell you, this is not normal what's happening today in 2025 in Afghanistan. Afghan women are fighting back, both inside or outside of the country, without international community support. In 2021, I founded the Young Afghan Women's Movement to provide education, resources, and a platform for change. And despite the Taliban's grip on power, we are making progress inside and outside of Afghanistan. Many young women still have access to internet inside the country. They are eager to learn, and we are determined to teach them so that we do not lose another generation of women. There is a famous saying, if you educate a girl, you educate an entire education. A mother will teach her son and daughters. By investing in their education, even from afar, we are creating a ripple effect that will last for generations. I have no doubt that Afghanistan's long night will one day end, and after every dark night, the sun will rise. Please stand with women of Afghanistan. They are resisting a dictatorship alone, alone. They should not be forgotten, as they are fighting for our shared values of the free world. So on behalf of all the women of Afghanistan, especially the younger generation, I want to thank you.
Bravo to our courageous laureates, Dr. Masouda Jalal and Husna Jalal. What inspiring women, what inspiring women. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes a very intense and productive morning session. We will now break for lunch. We will reconvene here at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Bon appetit. Thank you.
Of Zimbabwe, the regime kept me chained on the hospital bed.
In North Korea, if you say bad word, I can go to jail.
In Iran, the most important thing that should be suppressed is the voice.
Autocracies. Do you hear this? Listen, it's the voices of the young people rising. It is the voices of the revolutionaries. It is the voices of freedom.
Libertad.
Azadi.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to introduce our keynote speaker. For over 4 decades, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has been a leader and advocate for the principles of freedom, democracy, and human rights for the people of Iran. He maintains constant contact with his compatriots and opposition groups, both inside and outside the country. The Crown Prince travels the world, meeting with heads of state, legislators, policymakers, interest groups, and student groups, speaking about the plight of Iranians under the Islamic regime. He consistently speaks out against the widespread abuse and oppression of the Iranian people, and he calls for the establishment of a secular democracy in Iran. He calls for regime change through non-violent civil disobedience, and for a free and open referendum on a new government of Iran. According to yesterday's Die Welt newspaper, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is considered the most prominent leader opposing the Islamic regime in Iran. As the Crown Prince has mentioned, his father, the Shah, was very close with Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. In 1978, together with the leaders of the United States and Israel, President Sadat won the Nobel Peace Prize. After he bravely broke with decades of war, he flew to Jerusalem, he addressed the Israeli Knesset, and he negotiated the historic Camp David Peace Treaty. Sadly, a generation later today, war and terrorism persist across the Middle East, from the IRGC terrorist proxies in Yemen, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and Gaza, and from the head of the snake, the head of the octopus, the Islamic regime in Tehran. For years, many Western governments here in Europe and abroad kept saying, don't be too firm with the regime, it might provoke war. They said you need to appease the mullahs, that will bring peace. They made deals with the regime, they freed up billions of dollars, and we know where the money went to. We know the result. We did not get peace. We got the horrible regional war of the past year and a half. The Middle East and the world needs to see an end to this IRGC terrorism. Now, the Crown Prince has been very clear. He has called for maximum pressure on the regime and maximum support to the brave Iranian people. The Iranian Crown Prince has a clear vision for peace. Just as Sadat made the historic visit to Jerusalem in 1977, Reza Pahlavi made his own historic visit to Israel in April 2023, evoking the liberation granted by Cyrus the Great. From 2,500 years ago, the Crown Prince called for the good peoples of Iran and Israel to renew their ancient friendship. And most recently, in a letter sent to the US President by the Crown Prince on January 20th, he wrote, Mr. President, you have the opportunity to go beyond the groundbreaking Abraham Accords by helping to facilitate the Cyrus Accords, uniting Israel, Arab nations, and a free Iran, you can transform the Middle East and the world, said the Crown Prince. Ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that if the Crown Prince can achieve unity among all the good people of Iran who are opposing this evil regime, if he can unite Iranians with the other peoples of the world, whom we heard from today, who are fighting their own dictatorships, if he can bring the promise of peace and prosperity to the Middle East, I firmly believe that the Crown Prince, just like Anwar Sadat, can be the next winner of the Nobel Peace Prize and usher in a bright new future for all. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speaker, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi.
Thank you so much. I love you too. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, and tireless advocates for human rights, before I begin, I would like to thank the thousands of my fellow compatriots who have come from all over the world to be here today to demonstrate their love for Iran and their commitment to its liberation. Being here in Geneva, the home of the United Nations Human Rights Council, makes it particularly special. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Neuer and his team for making this conference a beacon of hope for oppressed voices worldwide. I stand here on behalf of my compatriots who have for far too long been silenced, not only by the tyrannical regime that occupies our country, but by the ideological bias that distorts the truth about Iran. The story of the Islamic Republic is one of deception. This deception, coupled with their own arrogant assumptions, led leaders in the West and many in the media to portray Khomeini as a saint. They painted the revolution as one of justice and freedom. What followed was nothing short of hell on earth. Even before taking power, Khomeini's movement showed its true face. The Cinema Rex arson in Abadan killed over 400 innocent people. It was a sign of what was to come. Once in power, the regime's first targets were Iran's most capable and patriotic citizens, military officers, business leaders, intellectuals, professionals, and public servants who had built a proud and modernizing nation. I knew many of them personally. Their murders were celebrated and even encouraged in revolutionary newspapers, while ignored in Western ones. Many of these men and women remain unknown to the world because they had no lobbyists or political sponsorship. Instead, they were buried in unmarked graves, and their families were denied even the dignity of mourning them. But their memory endures in the heart of those who continue their fight, and in the resolve of Iran's new generation. Thereafter, the regime turned its war against Iranian women. The progressive family protection law was the very first one Khomeini revoked. The mandatory hijab law, imposed shortly after the revolution, became a tool of subjugation, symbolizing the Islamic regime's obsession with the control over women's bodies and lives. However, from those very first days until today, Iranian women have been fighting back. But let me be clear, Iranian women are not just fighting against the forced hijab. Their struggle is not about a piece of cloth. It is about reclaiming their equality and their country. Brave women like Fatemeh Sepehri, Nasrin Shakarami, and Nahid Shirpishe continue to resist despite imprisonment, maltreatment, and relentless persecution. Yet I see that their names remain unfamiliar to some in this room. Why? Because some human rights organizations have allowed political bias and ideological preferences to determine which voices are amplified and which are silenced. This is unethical and unacceptable. All those fighting for a secular, democratic Iran deserve recognition, regardless of their background or political affiliations. I am glad that the Geneva Summit is acting in that spirit, and I am thankful to them for hosting several of Iran's bravest protesters and their families here with us today. Thank you, Nazanin Afshinjam, for facilitating their presence, and the Geneva Summit for hosting them. Just as the Islamic Republic's repression has targeted those of all ideologies, it has targeted those of all faiths. The Baha'is have been systematically persecuted, their leaders imprisoned, their cemeteries desecrated, and their youth denied education. Christians, particularly converts from Islam, live in constant fear. Like their Christian compatriots, Sunni Muslims, Jews, Sufis, Zoroastrians face rampant restriction and discrimination. The regime's institutionalized antagonism with any diversity, including religious diversity, has threatened centuries of coexistence and unity, unique to Iran. The regime's war on cultural heritage has also extended to targeting Iran's pre-Islamic history. Sites like Persepolis and Pasargad, symbols of Iran's ancient civilization, are decaying under neglect, and access to these sites is often blocked by the regime. By attempting to erase these symbols of national identity, the enemies of Iran seek to rewrite history and deprive Iranians of their rich heritage. Even the creative souls of Iran are not safe. Musicians, artists, poets, who are the very heart of Iran's culture, risk the death sentence for daring to express themselves. The Islamic Republic's war on all strata of Iranian society has targeted communities across our nation, across provincial, linguistic, and tribal lines. But despite all its attempts, it shall not divide it. We are not just fighting against the Islamic Republic, we are fighting for Iran. So let me be clear, we will never, ever allow our nation to be divided. We see this on the streets of cities across Iran as a nation has risen in unity. The protests of 2017 and 2019 marked a fundamental shift. Iranians no longer chanted for reform. They demanded the end of the Islamic Republic. A decade after the Green Movement sought to reclaim its stolen votes, the generation of 2017 and 2019 is fighting to reclaim its stolen country. And they have paid a heavy price. In November 2019, the regime massacred over 1,500 protesters, many shot at close range. Thousands were arrested, tortured, or just disappeared. Then came the Women, Life, Freedom uprising in 2022, ignited by the murder of Mahsa Amini. The regime and its apologists tried to frame the movement along ethnic lines, but Mahsa's own mother called her daughter the daughter of Iran. Protesters responded by chanting, "From Zahedan to Kurdistan, I give my life for Iran." This is the voice of a united nation. Despite brutal crackdowns and internet blackouts, the resistance continues. Manuchehr Bakhtiari, who lost his son Puya in the protests, remains relentless in his fight for justice from inside his jail cell. His courage embodies the spirit of a people who refuse to be broken. But the Islamic Republic's crime does not stop at Iran's borders. The regime uses its embassies and so-called cultural centers as a base for espionage and terrorism across Europe. When it cannot reach dissidents abroad, it takes foreign citizens hostage inside Iran, holding them for ransom in a game of political blackmail. These are the crimes the world knows about. But there are many more, often overlooked, such as the regime's destruction of Iran's environment. I consider environmental justice as one of my compatriots' human rights. Decades of corruption and mismanagement have created ecological disasters that threaten millions. Lake Urumie, once the largest saltwater lake in the Middle East, has nearly vanished, triggering salt storm that devastates farmlands and causes respiratory illnesses. Rivers like Zayanderud have dried up, leaving farmers without water. In Khuzestan, where water flowed for centuries, water shortages have led to repeated protests, each brutally suppressed. Air pollution in Tehran and Ahvaz is among the worst in the world, often reaching toxic levels, forcing schools and business closures. And those who dare to speak out, environmentalists like Kavus Sayed Emami, are imprisoned or murdered. Meanwhile, a country that sits on the world's second largest gas reserves experiences nationwide blackouts. Patients die in hospitals, businesses collapse, and families are left in darkness. Even the most basic of necessities, including food to eat, has become luxuries available to the privileged few. In what should be one of the world's richest countries, a growing number of my compatriots can barely afford to buy bread, let alone meat. This is all the consequences of a regime that loots and pillages rather than govern. But what is caused by the Islamic Republic can be solved by its removal. Today, we are presented with a historic opportunity. The regime is weaker than it has ever been. Its axis of resistance has been dismantled, and its domestic legitimacy has evaporated. Now is the time to act. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Therefore, at the call of my fellow Iranians, I am stepping forward to lead this movement and transition, not for myself, not for posts or power, but to answer the call and do my duty as a patriot. Thank you. Thank you. My strategy for dismantling this regime and rebuilding Iran is clear. Mobilizing grassroots networks inside Iran, uniting the diaspora, pressuring G20 governments to impose maximum pressure on the regime while providing maximum support to the people, splitting the regime and encouraging defections, and preparing for political stabilization, democratic elections, and Iran's economic development and reconstruction. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a message from a nation in chains. The Iranian people have endured more than 4 decades of suffering, yet their spirit remains unbroken. They are fighting not just for themselves. They are not fighting not just for themselves, but for the values of freedom, justice, and human dignity. This is not just about my nation's survival. It is also about international stability and global peace. For as we have seen just in the last week, from terrorist attacks to hostage-taking, the Islamic Republic, despite its rhetoric in Davos and calls for a new deal, is still waging war on the free world. Until it is toppled, it will not stop. As I have traveled the continent for the past 2 weeks, I have spoken with government leaders of all parties and stripes. I know Iranians and their democratic cause has many friends in Europe, and that number is growing. But to those who seek to silence us or stand in our way, I say, we are not waiting for your green lights. The Iranian people do not ask for your pity. They ask for your partnership. Our question is, will you stand with us? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the next panel, I just want to thank the Crown Prince for his powerful and inspiring message, which gives hope to all of us. In a moment, we will hear from a panel of Iranian survivors, very courageous people, to be chaired by our longtime partner, the international human rights activist, Nazanin Afshinjam. Thank you very much.
I would like to express my deep gratitude to Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi for his powerful words, shedding light on the Iranian people's struggle for democracy. I truly believe that only through unity, embracing a plurality of voices, and bound by our shared mission to overthrow the brutal regime, can we pave the way for free, secular, and democratic Iran, realized through a referendum and free and fair elections. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, human rights defenders, and courageous survivors. Before coming here, my son asked me, "Mom, where are you going?" And I said to him, "Disneyland." And he said, "Disneyland? How come you're not taking us?" And I said, "I'm going to Geneva." He said, "I didn't know there's a Disneyland in Geneva." And I said, "Well, it's a kind of a Disneyland for human rights defenders. We have a slew of very interesting characters, the heroes of our time. We go on several rides, emotional rides, and at the end, after consuming so much, after we've tasted that sweet cotton candy, we don't know if we're leaving feeling like we've had that taste of solidarity, or whether we feel sick from the inaction of the international community." He rolled his eyes, of course, and asked me when we're actually going to Disneyland. It is a true pleasure to be here and to witness the incredible journey of the Geneva Summit over the years. As I said earlier, I had the pleasure of chairing the first summit about 16 years ago, and I continue to marvel at the vital platform that this summit provides human rights defenders and survivors. While we may not always feel heard in institutions such as the United Nations and under other international fora, where tragically our oppressors are too often given the stage, we can count on the Geneva Summit as a place where truth prevails and where we can unite under a shared commitment to justice, freedom, and human dignity. It is in this spirit I am honored today to introduce 3 Iranians who recently escaped Iran with deeply personal and courageous stories. As you all heard, for more than 4 decades, the people of Iran have endured relentless repression under the rules of Ayatollah Khamenei and its oppressive IRGC forces. Their regime not only commits atrocities under the veiled guise of ideology and religion, but does so with an inexplicable layer of evil and cruelty. Let history note that this regime, not only silences dissent by arresting peaceful protesters, but arrests the lawyers defending them or representing them and the journalists reporting them. Not only executes political prisoners, but arrests and harasses the family members that are trying to mourn them. Not only discriminates against ethnic and other marginalized groups like the LGBTQ community, but deliberately hunts them and targets them. And not only persecutes religious minorities like the Baha'is, who are denied access to higher education and certain professions, but goes so far as desecrating their graves in an attempt to erase them. And not only arrests and beat women for not properly wearing the hijab, but rape them in the process as a tool of repression. Let's not forget when the morality police brutally beat Jina Masa Amini for not properly wearing the hijab. It ignited the woman life freedom revolutionary movement. The powerful uprising where millions of people came out onto the streets, not just demanding reform, but calling for a complete overthrow of the regime. Their courage came at an immense cost. In just a few months of peaceful protests, 600 people were killed, including 68 children. Over 20,000 people were arrested, and hundreds were injured or blinded. This does not even include the 900 people that were executed in Iran last year alone, making it the country with the highest number of executions of women and children in the world. The UN's fact-finding mission report on Iran last year not only found that this regime had committed egregious human rights abuses and systematic oppression of women's rights, but it concluded that it had committed crimes against humanity. But despite the brutality, the Iranian people have never surrendered their fight for freedom. From Friday protests in Balochistan, the workers in Khuzestan, the widespread strikes in Kurdistan, and teachers in Esfahan, to the prisons of Evin in Tehran, including many students, talented artists, advocates, including a Nobel Peace Laureate. These are the real heroic voices of Iran, and they cannot be silenced. Shortly, we will hear from 3 ordinary Iranians with extraordinary courage, those who have risked everything, not just for their own rights, but for the generations to come. They fight so that no child is forced to scavenge for food in dumpsters, no youth is indoctrinated in the Basiji forces to repress their own people, and no citizen must live in fear of their own government. They stood up so that one day Iranians can enjoy the simple freedoms that make life worth living, like walking your dog without fear of your pet being confiscated and killed, breathing clean air without the suffocating pollution, having access to water, a soon-to-be luxury with the drying up of the lakes, holding their loved ones' hands, or dancing or singing in the streets without fear of arrest. Their struggle is for a future where dignity, joy, and freedom are not crimes, but basic human rights. And that is why we are here. This summit is not just a platform for discussion, it is a call to action. The Iranian regime thrives on the world's silence and appeasement, but silence and compliance are actually complicity. It was this silence that resulted in the torture and death in custody of German national and hostage Jamshid Sharmad. His daughter was at this summit a few years ago pleading for his life. It is our duty as free nations, as human rights advocates, and as defenders of democracy to amplify the cries of the oppressed and hold the oppressors accountable for their actions in our own countries through universal jurisdiction or at the International Criminal Court. Sanctions, like Magnitsky sanctions, must be enforced and not just discussed. Western liberal democracies must follow Canada and the United States in designating the IRGC on the terrorist list and closing the embassies. Having diplomatic relations with tyrants must come at a cost. And to those who argue that diplomacy requires engagement, let me be clear. There is no truth, accountability, or negotiating with a regime that executes children despite the fact that they've signed the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which forbid it. What makes you think that the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world will comply with a second nuclear deal? Let me ask another rhetorical question. Would you be willing to meet, shake hands, or do trade deals with someone who segregated people based on their skin color? Beginning in the 1960s, the world took a firm stance against racial apartheid in South Africa, making it clear that such injustice would not be tolerated. Why then has the global community failed to unite in condemning the Iranian regime for its systemic oppression of women, where the law places the life of a woman as half a man under the law? This form of apartheid, gender apartheid, is just as insidious and must be denounced with the same unwavering resolve. And lastly, why are free nations allowing regime officials to enter their borders with their dirty, laundered money, but accept so few deserving refugees? Bona fide Iranian refugees with UNHCR status are being deported back to Iran from Turkey at great risk of severe consequences. We must stop legitimizing the small group of Islamist tyrants ruling close to 90 million people they do not represent and unleashing terror through their proxies. I say this not just for the safety and security of Iranians, but for the world entire. Today, you will hear from individuals who have lived through the horrors of the Islamic Republic's oppression and have recently escaped. These are not just stories, they are testimonies of resilience, proof of the regime's crimes, and a reminder of why our fight must continue. Let us listen, let us open our hearts and bear witness, and most importantly, let us act. At this time, I would ask you to please put on your headsets if you cannot understand Persian. In 1979, at the start of the Islamic Revolution, my own father was imprisoned, tortured, and almost executed by the Revolutionary Guards. And every time I see his scars, it renews my spirit and my resolve to do my duty, which I feel is to bring the true heroic voices of survivors like the three that are sitting here today, to international fora, so that their voices sit in the hearts of the journalists and diplomats and policymakers here and hopefully force them to act. First, we will hear from Mahan Mehrabi. She is the sister of political prisoner Mahmoud Mehrabi, who was sentenced to death for his activism on social media. Now she's not only fights for justice for her brother, but amplifies the voices of the oppressed in Iran. Mahan, please, could you take the microphone?
Greetings to all. Greetings to the Prince of Iran. Greetings to my people. With all, I would like to thank the Prince of Iran, the next King of Iran. With all my hopes, sorrow, and the love I carry in my heart, I speak to you. I am the sister of Mahmoud Mehrabi, a political prisoner whose life is in grave danger. How can one put into words a pain that takes root in the hearts of thousands of families each day? How can one describe a wound that is etched not only on the body and soul of the brother, my sister, and my family, but on the very body and soul of my homeland? Mahmoud Mehrabi, my brother who lives a life of courage, believes in freedom, and exemplifies independent thought, has been met with the cold walls of prison, torture, solitary confinement, and a death sentence, nightmares that have become a terrifying reality. But this is not just the story of one family. This is the story of thousands of families whose loved ones are imprisoned. Fathers, mothers, children, and sisters who live each day in unbearable agony, with their hearts pounding, clinging to hope, yearning for the moment they will see their loved ones once again, all while burning in the torment of awaiting their loved one's verdict. Do you see how my hair has turned white? It turned white overnight, the moment that I received the news of my brother's death sentence. Look at the deep wrinkles of my face. These are the scars of my unbearable pain, etched by the immense suffering inflicted upon my brother and my family. I left my ancient homeland, Iran, and came here for a sip of freedom. I come from a land of kindness where I come from a land of kindness where dictators extinguish hope. My homeland is wounded, torn apart by the crimes of a dangerous extremist minority that is not just a threat to Iran, but to the entire world. And we know that you know, and your governments are well aware of every crime, you who are the representatives of a democratic and free world. I want to share with you the profound pain that has gripped the souls of my people. Listen just once, this time for the sake of freedom, for the sake of humanity, for the sake of life. Listen to the voices of Iran's mothers and fathers. Watch how their beloved children are killed, tortured, blind, raped, and forcibly disappeared. My outcry is for the 1,500 Iranians who were shot in silence within 3 days during Bloody November. Look at the fathers and the mothers who have spent years in prison merely for demanding freedom. Can you bear living a life where you never see your children grow up? Would you be able to endure the torture and rape of your sons and daughters? Can you imagine a life where you wake up every single day to the darkness of blindness inflicted by your government? Have you ever witnessed the execution of your loved one? If you have not, then ask your governments to stop supporting these dictators. Ask them to stop seeking benefits in the torture, blood, and death of my people. I am from Iran, where Zara Ismaili, a street singer, has been imprisoned for months merely for being a woman and for singing. Where Fatima Seperi, a brave woman with heart disease, is deprived of freedom. Where Mashallah Karami, Nahid Shirpishe, and Manucher Bakhtiari are imprisoned for simply demanding their rights. And where there are thousands upon thousands of other innocent prisoners. And in Iran, my rich homeland is today impoverished because its wealth is spent on fueling wars and extremism in the region. Its people do not even have clean air to breathe. Iran is wounded. Its people are starving, not just from economic poverty, but from the poverty of justice, poverty of freedom, and poverty of humanity. And yet the governments of so-called democratic nations are sitting and watching. They share a table with this regime. They shake their blood-stained hands. With those who oppress, they smile. But I ask you, is this justice? Is this humanity? We do not want mere expressions of concern. Instead of offering concern this time, take action. Use all your power. In the name of all grieving mothers, in the name of political and ideological prisoners, in the name of all the daughters and sons of my homeland who perish in the silence of the world, I urge you to see the people of Iran. To not close your eyes to these crimes. You have the opportunity to be a voice for freedom. Do not allow history to place you alongside the oppressors. This oppression will come to an end, and when it does, do not give future generations a reason to accuse you of silence and inaction. Iran bleeds, yet it remains alive. Iran suffers, but it continues to fight. And we will continue to stand for its freedom until our very last breath. Listen, what you hear from me is a last glimpse of hope from a suffering land burdened with injustices. This is the voice of Iran, where our backs are broken, but we stand tall in dignity. Stand with us, hear our voices, so when freedom comes in a world that has lost its humanity, you will be remembered for upholding dignity and justice. Tomorrow belongs to us. Tell me, where will you stand in history? Madam Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany, I have a question. Where do you stand in history? Alongside the people of Iran or alongside the Islamic Republic? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mahanjan, for your very heartfelt words. Next, we will hear from Mariam Dior. She is the mother of 16-year-old Abul Fazl Amir Atai, who was shot at close range in the left side of his head with tear gas during the peaceful protests. He suffered catastrophic brain damage and paralysis. For months, he was in hospital before tragically succumbing to his injuries. Mariam John, will you please take the stage?
Salutations to the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. On September 16th, 2022, the Islamic Republic killed a young woman named Mahsa Amini over the hijab. People took to the streets empty-handed to protest the regime. But the Islamic Republic welcomed them with live ammunition and weapons. On the morning of September 21st, my son shared a story on Instagram in protest. Later that day, he went into the streets. That afternoon, forces of the Islamic Republic brutally shot my 16-year-old son in the head with tear gas at a close range. I am Mariam, the mother of Abul Fazl Amir Atai, a brave boy who refused to remain silent in the face of injustice and who stood alongside the people. But they shot my son with a military-grade weapon. People ended up carrying Abul Fazl drenched in blood to the hospital. My son was alive for 8.5 months. For a month and a half, they refused to allow me into the hospital. He was in the ICU for 3 months. After that, I stayed by his side in the post-ICU ward for 55 days. I finally brought him home, where he stayed for 2.5 months. I then returned him to the hospital for another surgery, and 20 days later, he passed away. His father, Mohsen, his younger brother, Arshia, and I died and came back to life every single day and every single moment of those 8.5 months as we watched Abulfaz fade before our eyes. We had to give Abulfaz hope while enduring relentless pressure and threats from varying forces of the Islamic Republic. Abulfaz teetered between life and death, enduring pain beyond words. My beautiful, brave son had become completely paralyzed. His eyes fixed on the ceiling, his body motionless. When I held him in my arms and kissed him, his frail, cachectic, helpless body shattered my heart. Pain consumed my entire soul, but for my son, I had to stay strong. For 8.5 months, after 8.5 months of pain, suffering and fighting for his dear life, my son passed away. His burial was like a battlefield. Excuse me. His burial was like a battlefield, with armored vehicles, armed motorcyclists, and an army of regime forces surrounding us. And with consistent threats to remain silent, we completed my son's burial. For the last time, I held his cold body in my arms and whispered a vow in his ear that the world would know what they had done to him. I laid my headscarf under his head and buried him. From the very first day, we were under pressure and threats from every branch of the Islamic Republic. They wouldn't allow us to hold a ceremony. They tried to force us into silence. But I was no longer just a mother. I had to be the voice of a child whom they had murdered. I hid my tears, swallowed my pain, and cried out. I had to fight so that everyone would know what they had done to my son. He gave up his life in pursuit of justice, and now I must walk in his path. And so I began my activism. I began sharing photos and videos of my son's bitter days, as they were evidence of the Islamic Republic's crimes. The regime escalated its threats, but I grew stronger with each day's passing because my son's innocent eyes never left my mind. I never surrendered to their threats. But when they targeted my younger son, made specific demands of me, and nearly killed me in a staged car accident, I decided to flee Iran. I decided to be the voice of my son and all the children of my homeland who have been killed.
فرزندان کشته شده وطنم باشم.
Now I appear before you to speak about the Islamic Republic. For years, the Islamic Republic has slaughtered our children for any reason or none at all. The children of my homeland are murdered by military-grade weapons and execution by hanging. Many have been blinded at their hands. The people of my land have been held captive under the grip of the Islamic Republic, their voices silenced and unheard, because in my country, the judge and executioner are one and the same. After killing our children, the Islamic Republic forces families into silence by threatening the lives of their loved ones. I, Maryam, mother of Abul Faz, stand here today not just for Abul Faz. I stand before you for all the innocent children who have been killed, for the thousands of young Iranians awaiting execution, for the grieving parents who long for justice, and for the fathers and mothers who are imprisoned simply for demanding their rights and who are silenced by the regime. For the dear, defenseless people of my country living under the shadows of oppression, who are still breathing, but in whom hope will not die, I say this. My fellow sisters and brothers, you are not alone. Stop the massacre of the Islamic Republic. See the people of my homeland. Hear them. They are imprisoned in the shadows of oppression, behind the walls of the Islamic Republic's persecution, bound by the chains of dictatorship. Wounded yet hopeful souls remain. Please help them, because your silence only tightens those chains. Please be the voice of my people. Stand with them. With the hope of a free and prosperous Iran, with the support of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Long live Iran.
Thank you very much, Maryam. There is no greater pain in the world than a mother losing a child, so we know this was very difficult to share your story, but we really appreciate it. And they tried to silence you, but they didn't, and you're here, and these deaths will not be in vain. I came to know the next speaker intimately, reading page after page of his story and medical ordeals, when my friend from Canada, Ziba, had compiled his story and made a file, hoping we could help get him asylum. So it's very emotional and heartfelt that I see him here sitting next to me today, and we're so happy to see you on free soil, Saman. Saman Puryarma was participating in one of the peaceful protests when the regime forces shot him in the eye, causing the permanent loss of his left eye. Thank you for your sacrifice, Saman, and we would love to hear your story.
Hello to all my compatriots.
Hello everyone. I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Saman Puryarma. I'm 32 years old. And in 2022, Iranian security forces shot and permanently blinded me in my left eye. I knew our country was rich in natural resources and wealth, but every day I saw a different reality. Small children searching the trash for food, elderly men and women dying because they couldn't afford hospital bills, teenagers and students arrested, tortured, and killed just for protesting the regime mismanagement and corruption. How can a nation with so much oil, gas, and wealth have millions living in poverty? That's why I have always been against the Islamic Republic, and why I joined the protests in 2022 after the regime brutally murdered Mahsa Amini just for not wearing her hijab properly. My opposition to this regime did not start in 2022. For more than a decade, I actively spoke out against the Islamic Republic. Since 2012, I have been writing against the regime on Facebook and Instagram. For 13 years, I participated in a street protest. I stood alongside the people in 4 major uprisings. On the night of Oktoberfest, I planned to join the protest at Vali Asr Square in Tehran. I was standing on my motorcycle, looking through the crowds, when I spotted a security officer from previous protest. He was just 2 meters away, and he recognized me too, because he raised his gun, and in an stance, he shot me directly in my eye. I could barely see. Blood gushed out of my eye, but I sped away on my motorcycle and escaped to the hospital. While I waited for the doctor, I took a video of my face, blood pouring down my face, and posted it to Instagram. I was the first person to expose the regime for targeting protesters' eyes. But I needed everyone to understand what the regime was capable of and why we were protesting. I knew it was risky to post the video. It was risky just to be a hospital. I'd heard stories of security forces dragging injured protesters away from their hospital beds. But at the same time, I desperately wanted to doctors save my eyesight if they could. So I waited. But then, in secret, a brave nurse warned me that the hospital had already tipped off security forces to my bed, number 25. I had no choice. I feared for my life. So the first second I was alone, I left my bed and found the consultation room to hide. Eventually, I slipped out through a courtyard and ran away from the hospital. For a few days, I couldn't return home. I left everything behind. And just 14 days after they shot me, I fled Iran. But my loss is nothing compared to the suffering of millions of Iranians. Some people try to frame Iran's struggles as only about compulsory hijab or gender equality. But this is just a part of thousands of problems we face every day in Iran. I want to make one thing clear. The people of Iran do not recognize the Islamic Republic as their legitimate government. This regime does not represent us. To the international community, I ask, cut all diplomatic ties with the Islamic Republic. Take immediate action to free all political prisoners and put maximum pressure on the regime to stop the executions. Because this is our most important demand. The Islamic Republic must fall. The fall of Islamic Republic is not only necessary for the people of Iran, it's essential for global peace and security. This dictatorship, with its support for terrorism and regional instability, is a threat to the entire world. But there is a hope. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is the true voice of the Iranian people. He carries the hope, vision, and unity needed to rebuild our country. Together, we will build a free Iran, a nation where its people can finally live with dignity, justice, and peace. We are a great nation. We will take back Iran. ما ملت کبیریم. ایران رو پس میگیریم. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you for your powerful words, Saman. Their suffering is not a statistic. Their pain is not a political tool. Their voices are the heartbeat of a revolution that will not be stopped. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next speech, interpretation is available in English and French. Headphones can be found on the tables or next to the chairs. Please select your preferred language. Channel 1 for English, Channel 2 for French. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
May His Holiness the Dalai Lama live long. Let His Holiness the Dalai Lama return to Tibet and His Eminence Kirti Rinpoche return to Tibet. Freedom for Tibet. I'm going live. Yeah. May His Holiness Dalai Lama live long. Let His Holiness Dalai Lama return to Tibet. Freedom for Tibet. Touch delay and greetings to everyone. I'm an ordinary nomad woman from the Ngaba region of Tibet. On 21st October 2015, my cousin sister Tenzin Doma and I staged a peaceful protest march. At that time, both of us were 15 years of age. While holding large photos of His Holiness Dalai Lama like this one, we called for His Holiness Dalai Lama and His Eminence Kirti Rinpoche to be allowed to return to Tibet, praying for their long life and called for freedom in Tibet. I was immediately beaten up by the Chinese authorities, and then they took me in a room where I was detained for over about 6 days, during which I was tortured. They subjected us to torture where they made us face heaters and turned the heaters at extremely high temperatures and then interrogated us. They asked which exiled organizations we were linked with. So in that small room, they tortured us, beat us for about 6 days and nights. I felt that if I was a meat, I would have been like an overcooked meat, and I would have been a melting butter in minutes. So for 1 year and 1 month, me and my cousin sisters, we never saw each other. We were put in separate rooms and interrogated. Almost every week, they will come and tell us that His Holiness has done nothing for you. Look at your status right now. What does it help that His Holiness could not do anything right now or help you? You are separatists, causing trouble to the nation, betraying the nation, and it's of serious crime, they told me. So for more than a year and a month, me and my sister, we never saw each other. I was never allowed to talk to another prisoner. I was in solitary confinement, whereas the other Chinese prisoners, they were They could speak freely to one another. They were about 12 in the same cell. And then they would tell me, does it help now that you are holding His Holiness the Dalai Lama's picture? In the cold, freezing winter, we had very frail clothing that I really felt extremely cold. Like sometimes I couldn't feel my fingers because of the freezing cold. The food was never enough and it lacked nutrition and was extremely poor, despite the fact that I was made to work for hours and hours. I was taken to the Sichuan female prison for female prisoners, which is one of the biggest one in China, after I was sentenced. In that prison, there were other Tibetan prisoners. However, as Tibetan, because of my identity as Tibetan, and for the reason that I was in jail, I had to face so much discrimination in the prison. This is not just a story about me, but of thousands of Tibetans who have suffered and continue to suffer in jails of China under Chinese repressive policies. In the jail, we had to wake up at around 6 in the morning, and until 8 or 9 or even later in night, we have to work. We have to do forced labor in jail. I was made to work to make very thin copper wire, and then would never let us even turn our heads to, on either side. We have to sit for hours and hours that I would feel my body, whole of my body in pain. And sometimes I would get injuries to my bottom because of too much sitting. Even though the food was never filling enough, that we never felt that we have eaten something. However, they added something in the food that within a month or two of coming in the prison, prisoners would start looking more plump and swollen, because they would add something so that we appear, something in the food that we would appear as if we were, getting enough food in the prison, and from the outside we would look healthy for others. They called us His Holiness the Dalai Lama's people. They called us as the Dalai Lama's clique, and never allowed us, made sure that we would never cross our ways, even though we were in the same compound. I was also made to undergo patriotic re-education, where they made me read and learn by heart the Chinese constitution and other CCP laws. They won't let me sleep because they said I have to learn this by heart. And at that time, I didn't know or speak Chinese. However, they would not let me sleep and instead made me read and learn those Chinese rules and books. In the prison, for other prisoners, they allowed a visitation. I remember once when my father had to show his thumb in a pleading manner, kneel down and pleaded to the prison authorities to let my father see me. But for Tibetans, they never allowed family visitation hours. The Chinese prisoners could come during those visitation hours almost like every month and come and see their family members in jail. But because we were Tibetans, we were deprived of that right. So once, at that time when my father kneeled in front of the jail officers and they let him see me, but only for a few minutes, it only lasted for 5 minutes. As soon as we started speaking on the phone and asked each other how we were doing, he asked me and I said I was fine, and I asked him how he was, and at that moment the jail officers snatched the phone away from us and said we cannot speak in Tibetan. But I told them that my father doesn't speak Chinese. However, they said we cannot meet further. In the prison for me and for other Tibetan prisoners, every once in 2 months, we would have a recreational event where we will be allowed to rest. However, because that was true for other prisoners. However, for Tibetan prisoners, even on those events and those days, we were made to work continuously. On 21st of October 2018, after completing our prison terms, me and my sister Tenzin Doma were released. But they had called the Chinese, the Ngaba Chinese police and my village police officers to come to the prison to take me. So the Ngaba County Police and my village police, they took me to my village police station where they detained me for 1 week, for 1 more week, because they said they wanted to make sure that I will not protest or do any such thing in the future. And when I said that I cannot say anything, they called my families, not just my families and my parents, but the heads of my villages to the police station and made them sign documents saying they will be responsible if I stage any such protest in the future. So I had only 2 options, that either I had to die in Tibet under Chinese oppression, or I had to flee my homeland. Even though I was released, it was just my body that was out of prison, but I was being restricted in every way possible, whether it was meeting my friends, going to a nearby place, or tracing my phone calls. I was being surveillanced and watched 24 hours. And that is why in 2023, I decided to leave my country. The reason for leaving my home country is that I had the firm belief that if I come outside in the free country, I would definitely be able to find people and governments who would listen to what I had to say. That we had no freedom in Tibet. We have no freedom of religion, of language. Freedom for Tibet is what I believe in and I call for. And that is why I come into exile. I had the honor to meet many members of the United Nations to speak the truth. I had the opportunity. Even today, I thank the organizers for giving me this platform to share the real situation in Tibet, where hundreds and thousands of Tibetans continue to suffer even to this day. The Chinese government is controlling Tibet under such tight oppression and surveillance. So it is extremely important that we really see the real situation, the extremely dire situation that Tibetans are in Tibet. So I ask you all to continue to support Tibet in fulfilling the aspirations of the Tibetan people to see His Holiness the Dalai Lama to return to Tibet. Long live His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Freedom for Tibet. Long live His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Thank you, everyone. I am Namki, and this is not just my life story, but the story of thousands of Tibetans. Please stand with us. Thank you, everyone.
Executive Director Neuer, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. A few years ago, I stood on this same stage here at the Geneva Summit for Human Rights to accept an award. It was a great honor, of course, but sometimes it is a greater honor to present one. And this is such a moment for me. If I had to condense the long and distinguished life story of Erwin Kottler into just one phrase, it would be the title of this prize: a defender of freedom. As a jurist and as an academic, as a member of parliament and as Attorney General, as counselor for prisoners of conscience the world over, from Natan Sharansky to Nelson Mandela, from Saad Eddin Ibrahim to Leopoldo Lopez, from Liu Xiaobo to Raif Badawi, Professor Kottler has stood up for freedom, justice, and human dignity for more than 6 decades. I knew of the legend that is Erwin Kottler long before I have met him in person. The best possible introduction came from 3 of my great compatriots, with whom Professor Kottler had worked at different times and in different capacities: Andrei Sakharov, Natan Sharansky, and Boris Nemtsov. And so to say that I was starstruck when I first met Erwin in person is to say nothing. I've had the privilege of knowing Erwin Kottler for more than a decade. During this time, we have worked together on many issues, from imposing Magnitsky sanctions on human rights abusers, to enacting street designations in honor of Boris Nemtsov, to advocating on behalf of political prisoners. And when I became a political prisoner myself, it meant the world to me that among the most ardent advocates for my liberation was Professor Erwin Kottler. It is often said that we live in a cynical age, in an age of expediency and realpolitik. But Erwin's whole life shows us that there is still room for principle in international politics. And that is a cause for both celebration and gratitude. It is my distinct honor to present, on behalf of an international coalition of human rights groups that co-sponsor the Geneva Summit, the 2025 Defender of Freedom Award to Professor Erwin Kotler. I would like to invite his colleague, my friend, and an indefatigable democracy campaigner in his own right, Brandon Silver, to please come up on the stage and receive the award on Professor Kotler's behalf.
May I begin by saying how moved and humbled I am by receiving this Defense of Freedom Award from the Geneva Summit, from UN Watch and its partners, with whom I've had the privilege and the pleasure of working together in common cause since the very founding of the Geneva Summit. And so I take this award as being in recognition of the common causes of the struggle for human rights and freedom all these years, and in particular in recognition of the political prisoners who've put not only their livelihood but their lives on the line in defense of these fundamental freedoms. They include the human rights hero Vladimir Kara-Murza, who embodies the struggle for democracy in Russia and for justice in Ukraine, who survived 2 assassination attempts and captivity in Gulag to emerge together with his wife, Evgeny, also here at the summit, to be at the forefront of the struggle for democracy, freedom, and political prisoners in our time. And represented here as well, those who are struggling for human rights in China. These include Times Wang, the son of Dr. Wang Bingzhang, one of the longest serving political prisoners in China, the founder of the China Democracy Movement, whose case and cause I took up some 23 years ago, then as a member of parliament, and who was sentenced to life imprisonment in solitary confinement where he languishes today. They include as well Sebastian Lai, the son of the heroic Hong Kong political prisoner Jimmy Lai, imprisoned and in solitary confinement for speaking the truth, for defending media freedom. And also Rahima Mahmoud, a leader of the Uyghur human rights movement, where the Muslim Uyghurs have been the target of mass atrocities of Xi Jinping's China. Mass atrocities, as our Wallenberg Center sought to point out, are constitutive of acts of genocide. And including here as well at this summit are the brave Iranian political prisoners, those at the forefront of the woman life freedom movement in Iran, such as Nazanin Afsanjan, such as Reza Pahlavi, also represented here. A case and cause that I've been associated with for over 30 years, first as a law professor and then as a member of parliament. And they include also, in this struggle, the woman life freedom movement, if you wish, with regard to the women of Afghanistan, represented here by Masood Jalal, whom I had the pleasure to host in Parliament some 20 years ago, and where the movement here in Afghanistan, like that in Iran, is combating the gender apartheid that characterizes both arenas. And they are joined as well by human rights heroes like Maria Machado and Armando Gonzalez from Venezuela, the leaders of the democracy movement there. And I've had the pleasure of hosting Maria Machado at the Canadian Parliament some 15 years ago. Both of them now co-recipients of the Moral Courage Award by the Geneva Summit. And where, with respect to Venezuela, I've been engaged as well with political prisoner advocacy, including that of Leopoldo Lopez, a former political prisoner, also present here at the Geneva Summit. And they include Bethlehem Isaac, the daughter of Swedish Eritrean political prisoner Dwight Isaac, the longest imprisoned journalist in the world, and where the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights and myself have been involved and engaged in public advocacy with respect to both media and political freedom in Eritrea and the specific case and cause of Dwight Isaac. And finally, reference must be made as well to Tirad Badawi, the son of heroic and imprisoned Saudi blogger Raif Badawi, whose heroic case and cause I took up some 11 years ago, then as a member of Parliament, and where his wife and children, now living in Canada, have been deprived of the companionship and love of their father all these years. I would be remiss if I did not reference the hostages cruelly and forcibly abducted on the occasion of the October 7th mass atrocities, described as the worst day in Jewish history since the Holocaust, who continue to languish in Hamas's captivity, where every day that they are in that captivity constitutes an ongoing crime against humanity, and where their immediate and unconditional release is a standalone imperative of the first order, a humanitarian, moral, legal, and international imperative for which we have to continue to advocate in common cause. And so I close by saying that these inspirational heroes and the cases and causes they represent remind us of our individual and collective responsibility to speak on behalf of those who cannot be heard, to bear witness on behalf of those who cannot testify, to act on behalf of those who are putting not only their livelihood, but their lives on the line, in defense of our common cause, in defense of our common humanity. And so at times such as these, qui s'excuse s'accuse, that whoever remains silent indicts himself and herself. And where silence is complicity with evil, where silence is coming down on the side of the tormentors and not on the side of the tormented. And so, together with UN Watch and its partners represented here at this compelling summit, we must not only speak up and stand up, but act together in this abiding struggle for freedom, where these political prisoners represented here have transformed our history, and where now we have to be at the forefront of these torchbearers for freedom and human rights, because they represent all of us in the struggle for our common humanity, for democracy, for freedom, for human rights. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing before you today feeling incredibly dismayed that 20 years after I was forced to flee the genocide in Darfur, that I'm talking about another genocide, and that has never been resolved. The world has not only abandoned the people of Darfur, but it has normalized the genocide. I'm from Darfur, Sudan, and I grew up in a large, loving, extended family. In a small town in North Darfur, the people in my hometown are very kind. They like to help one another, even if you are a passerby. I was the first woman in my family to go to college. And when I graduated, I was excited to work for an international organization, traveling to remote areas, delivering emergency relief, and implementing development projects. The locals welcomed us, fed us, and gave us the best of what they had. They firmly believed we were bringing change to their community, and we actually did. It was so rewarding. You could see the impact instantly. I knew I wanted to do this for the rest of my life. Regrettably, that dream, work, and all the beautiful memories were killed in one night. It was the day that we went to a neighboring village to deliver a training. On our way back to the village we had just left, everything has changed. People were frantic, many wounded, many more killed. And everyone was quiet, except for the sound of the wind on tree leaves. We were shocked and saddened, not knowing what to do. Villagers said they saw a uniformed army coming, on camel and horseback. They welcomed them under the shade of trees and served them food and water. Then one soldier started taking belongings from the villagers, and one man asked, "Why are you doing this?" And the soldier shot him in the head. That was how the massacre began. We tried to feed as many people in our small car as possible to bring them to the hospital. The security agents stopped us at the entrance of the town and aggressively questioned us about the wounded people in our car. One of the officers told us not to tell anyone about the incident, and we were only let go after we assured him that we wouldn't. We took them to the hospital for treatment. To our surprise, we learned the next day that the security apparatus forced the doctors to discharge the wounded people, denying them life-saving treatment. Our organization immediately ceased operation. We knew the situation was bad, but we didn't know that there was a plan underway to kill us all. 1 week later, early morning, my mom was banging on my door Why are you sleeping? Get up. Don't you see? I jumped out of bed, carried my shoes in one hand, and ran to the gate. It was unbelievable. I could see a smoke coming from all 4 directions and see people running into the town. Soon after, a horse rider arrived, saying that 50 villages had been burned to the ground. Many people had been killed, and there were children running around barefoot with no clothes. The government forces threatened to shoot anyone who tried to help the victims. It was the saddest day and the scariest day of my life. In the following days, the government army and the Janjaweed militia started beating displaced people, forcing them to go back to where they came from. They're burning villages. We all felt helpless. Civilians began taking people home to shelter them. They collected money to aid those fleeing and prepared food for them. But then the government arrested 50 of the most prominent men in the town, teachers, leaders, businessmen, my 2 brothers, uncles, and everyone I know. They accused them of disturbing the peace, took them to an unknown place, and tortured them for 2 years. I wanted to help and start organizing a group of women, but the government banned gatherings of more than 2 people to stop us from organizing. We had to do mobile meetings. Then one day, in 2002, I barely escaped an attempt on my life. I was working by the market with 2 other women, coming back from assisting a pregnant mother in labor, when suddenly a masked man grabbed me from behind and started choking me and was pulling me closer to his direction. I saw the army truck nearby. I screamed for help. No one did anything but stare at me. The man pulled me closer, and when he reached to his knife, I reached to his mask. His face was about to expose. Then he pushed me so hard that I hit my head on the ground and blacked out for a second. Then he ran away. Later, I realized he must have been a local Janjaweed that hired by the government to kill me to stop the work that I was doing. Otherwise, he would not have hit his face. I was shaking. I collected my shoes and I didn't know what to do. Luckily, 2 brothers I know approached me and took me home. When I tried to report the attack to the police, they refused. They rather made fun of me. My family and I were terrified. I stayed home for a week, but the violence got worse. I knew deep in my heart that we are dying anyways. I eventually decided that I would rather die on the street helping others than die hiding underneath my bed. In 2003, when the genocide got international attention, the targeting of activists have increased. We were harassed and threatened. Many went into hiding, and some advised me to leave the country. My mom said, "Nimat, you are outspoken. If you stay, we may all be killed. And if you leave, you can be a voice to tell the world about what is going on in Darfur, and they may help to stop it. For so long, I would refuse to leave, but with that hope of being a voice, I left, leaving my loved one behind, knowing that they would endure unimaginable suffering, made me feel so guilty. So I had to work hard. I never thought I would be alive to address you today. In my first day in the United States, I traveled to over 23 states, speaking to universities, human rights groups, and policymakers, sharing my story and the stories of the Darfur genocide victims. Telling my story is not about me anymore. It is about the men, women, and children who have survived in makeshift camps for 2 decades and are still being hunted. The women who have been repeatedly raped, those abducted and still missing, the thousands who have died in Khartoum because simply they can't make that call to seek help. For the Masalid people who are slaughtered in Al Junaina because of who they are. Entire families were wiped out with no one left to tell their stories. For the women survivors, the women victims of the mass suicide in Al Jazeera, who felt the world have abandoned them. For all the children in the Darfur camps, where a child dies every 2 hours due to malnutrition. Today, as I speak to you, the world has left millions of Sudanese to die in silence because of indifference. May you all speak your conscience to the world, to have a heart, and finally wake up and do something for Sudan. I cannot conclude without recognizing the courage and the resilience of the Sudanese women. When the war started and all internationals, including humanitarian aid agencies, left the Sudan, it felt like the end of the world. Soon, the women of Sudan, the youth, took up the challenge of being frontline humanitarian workers, helping their family and their community survive while keeping the international community informed. I founded the Darfur Women Action Group to empower and amplify survivors and bring their voices to a global stage. Today, we are right on the ground in remote camps, even though we are a small organization, providing life-saving assistance and bringing the voices of survivors on a global stage. Our organization has become a symbol of hope for millions in Sudan. We are not helpless, but we cannot do it alone. Will you help? You must speak up and compel the international community to do something. Silence, it only aids the perpetrator. Silence kills more people. Thank you.
My name is Petra Dillon, and I am a student in Geneva. The empty chair on this stage is dedicated to Rahile Dawut, a world-renowned scholar of Uyghur folklore and traditions, who was disappeared by the Chinese government in 2017. I would like to now read you a letter written by her daughter, Akita Pulat. Dear Geneva Summit attendees, I want to express my deep gratitude to the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy for dedicating this empty chair to my mother. This chair is not just a symbol of her absence. It is a reminder of the countless voices silenced by authoritarian regimes. My name is Akita. I am the daughter of Rahile Dawut, a renowned Uyghur scholar who has been unjustly imprisoned by the Chinese government since 2017. For decades, she dedicated her life to preserving Uyghur culture and history, ensuring that future generations could learn from the rich heritage of our people. But instead of being celebrated for her work, she was imprisoned by the Chinese government. My mother is exceptionally hardworking. I have vivid memories of seeing her working in the office room in our apartment in the middle of the night. She brought warmth into people's lives. She often invited students to our home for lunch or dinner and gave them advice and emotional support. She is a good friend too. Whenever her students or friends faced difficulties, she was there to help. She is my greatest role model, shaping me into who I am today. Her passion for her work and her dedication to our family inspires me every day. I remember vividly, it was December 12, 2017, when I first lost contact with my mother. I wanted to say hi and talk to her about my day, but instead of having a call with me, she left a voice message over WeChat and told me that she needed to go to Beijing. She disappeared that day. Later, I found out that she was detained. In 2023, I learned that she was given a life sentence on the charge of endangering national security. This charge sounds ridiculous to anyone who knows her because all she was doing in her career and her life was studying and preserving Uyghur culture. For years, I have lived with the pain of not knowing where she is, how she is, or if she is even alive. No child should have to wonder if their mother is still alive. We must not let this chair remain empty forever. My mother and so many others like her must be freed. And it is up to all of us to speak, to demand, and to never stop fighting for their freedom. Thank you to everyone here today who continues to fight for justice. Your support means everything to me and to all the families still waiting for their loved ones. Thank you.
Eritrea has been called Africa's North Korea, the hermit kingdom, an open-air prison, and Africa's Gulag state. That isn't far from the truth. Since the day Eritrea gained its independence from Ethiopia in 1993, we have never once had an election. President Afwerki has ruled for 32 years with zero political opposition, making him one of the longest-serving leaders. His Marxist, fascist, authoritarian grip on the country has forced 600,000 Eritreans to flee. That's 20% of the country gone. I'm one of those, living in Sweden with my mom and my 2 siblings. My father, Dawut Isaac, is trapped in Eritrea. He's been in prison for almost 24 years, with no end in sight, all for the simple crime of being a journalist. The day of his arrest was a beautiful Sunday morning. I was a little girl, just 7 years old, living an ordinary middle-class life in the suburbs of Asmara, a happy and carefree life, until two civilian men came to our house. I recognized them from the day before. They were following us. I remember they knocked on the door, and I opened it, hoping it would be one of my friends. They asked for an Isaac, and as normal Eritrean custom, my mother welcomed them in. They made pleasant small talk and ate breakfast with us. Then one of them became authoritative and said, "Dawut, Nchit, Dawut, let's go." Through the keyhole, I could see them handcuff my father and take him away. As a 7 years old, I couldn't describe the feeling. But today at 31, I've realized that that was the first time I experienced anxiety and distress. I didn't understand my father's journalistic work at such a young age, but now I do. My father was born in the 1960s, the height of Eritrea's struggle to be free. The Italian used to occupy us and then passed off to the British at the end of World War II, and then merged with the Ethiopian kingdom in 1952. The 60s marked a decade of fighting back. The Eritrean freedom struggle armed anyone able, old, young, men and women. In the 80s, when the war had escalated, my grandparents sent my father to Sweden, and in Sweden he saw how it could be. Free and fair elections, human rights, freedom of expression, that it could all coexist. When Eritrea became free and independent in 1993, my father, like many Eritreans, went home, got married, and started a family. My father was already a recognized playwright and a poet. But when a few of his colleagues started Setit, the first independent newspaper in Eritrea, they said, "Dawut, you're a great storyteller. We need you." Soon, the newspaper became the biggest one, covering stories about everyday Eritreans and influencing them to think freely and demand a better life. They interviewed people living with HIV/AIDS and wrote about how stigma fueled its spread. They wrote about mothers without husbands, people living in poverty, and the hunger crisis in the lowlands, affecting mostly a Muslim population. And since the government could seize any land, Setit met and wrote about those who had been affected. But this writing about the everyday life of Eritreans was a dangerous business. Those in power interrogated, kidnapped, and imprisoned journalists, some for days and others for weeks. But Setit stayed true to their readers and the ethics of journalism. Then it all escalated in 2001. While most people associate that time with the terror attacks in New York and the Twin Towers collapsing, for me and most Eritreans, it was the death of the free Eritrean nation, the death of freedom of expression, and the imprisonment of our loved ones. As is always the case with fascism, the government started arresting anyone with a critical voice. My father was one of dozens of journalists arrested. Then they took the poets, the writers, the musicians, students, and protesters. It's been 23 years, and since then, a lifetime has gone by. I've graduated, I've traveled, and I've even become a mother. To this day, my father and his colleagues has not been accused or prosecuted for any crimes. He's never faced charges. We haven't had any contact with him, and he's not allowed to write or receive letters or visits from diplomats. Today, my father and his colleagues are the longest-held journalists in the world. It's urgent, and the situation is only getting worse. There is no independent press in Eritrea. Less than 2% have access to the internet. There is no mobile data or Wi-Fi. Dial-up is your only option, and the government tightly monitors it too. There is no Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, or any other social media. No foreign news, and Eritreans aged 15 to 50 are considered property of the state and are not allowed to live. Everyone is forced into indefinite mandatory military service, meaning you're done when the government says that you're done. It could be 10 years or 30. Even if you want to escape, it's nearly impossible to get an exit visa. And if border guards see you trying to cross, their orders are shoot to kill. I was lucky to leave the country when I was 8. But I wish I could tell a different story. My generation was the first who could call ourselves Eritrean without any hesitation, without anyone denying our existence. Every refugee dreams of returning to their home country once more, under better conditions. That is my hope for Eritreans too. We are a small country, but we matter, and the international community have to act. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to stand before so many survivors and human rights heroes here today. I am not one of them, but I stand here on behalf of the Human Rights Foundation, a 20-year-old organization based in New York, founded by a Venezuelan Norwegian citizen 20 years ago, and that houses around 50+ employees that devote our professional lives to support dissidents in countries that are ruled by authoritarian regimes around the world, which are close to 100 countries. And I've been tasked with speaking today, because I'm originally from Bolivia, about the Latin America crisis of democracy. I want to start by saying that at the core of that democratic crisis in Latin America are the entrenched dictatorships of Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Regimes that have abandoned all pretense of democracy and that rule with an iron fist. In Cuba, more than 6 decades of totalitarian government have turned the country into an island prison, where political dissent is criminalized, independent journalism is outlawed, and the basic freedoms we take for granted in the free and democratic world, like Switzerland, like the United States, like most countries of the European Union, freedom of speech, assembly, and the press, they do not exist. The Cuban people remain trapped in a cycle of repression, with thousands imprisoned simply for demanding basic rights. We will hear soon from Osiris here today, a survivor of the July 11, 2021 protests, who will speak about the plight of the Cuban people. Venezuela, once one of Latin America's wealthiest nations and most stable democracies, has been brought to its knees by Nicolás Maduro's regime, where stolen elections, political persecution, and economic mismanagement have led to one of the worst humanitarian crises in modern history. Millions have fled, not because of war, but because of a dictatorship that has destroyed the ability of the Venezuelan people to live with dignity inside their country. And yet, the repression continues. Opposition leaders are jailed or forced into exile, and protesters are brutally repressed. We will hear soon from President Edmundo González here today. A true Latin American hero and a survivor who, alongside Maria Corina Machado, currently in hiding inside Venezuela, won't stop until Venezuela is free. In Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega has transformed the country into his personal fiefdom, silencing critics, exiling opposition figures, and imprisoning Catholic clergy who dared to speak against his tyranny. As the regimes of Cuba and Venezuela, Ortega's government has expelled international human rights organizations and systematically dismantled every democratic institution. Nicaragua is no longer a democracy. It is a one-party state where Ortega and his wife rule unchecked. Heroes from Nicaragua like Felix Maradiaga and Berta Soler were here in years prior at the Geneva Summit, and we remember them today. But beyond these full-fledged dictatorships, there are also other regimes, another insidious threat, which is the rise of hybrid authoritarian regimes, regimes that maintain a facade of democracy while systematically eroding its foundations. On the left, Bolivia's regime, presided today by Héctor Arce and formerly by authoritarian leader Evo Morales, presents a stark example. The government led by the Movement for Socialism has weaponized the judiciary to persecute up to 200 political prisoners and opponents, intimidate journalists, and manipulate elections. While elections still take place, they are neither free nor fair. Opposition figures are either imprisoned or forced into exile, while state institutions serve the interests of a political elite rather than the Bolivian people. On the right of the political spectrum, we see a worrying trend in El Salvador, where President Bukele, even though he has been a good ally of some of the democratic leaders that are suffering under authoritarian regimes on the left, He has consolidated power by undermining democratic checks and balances. His government has eroded judicial independence, replaced the constitutional court with loyalists, and concentrated power in a way that threatens democracy. While his policies, in a way, have, on the issue of security, gained him popularity, no leader, no matter how well-intentioned, should be above the law. The erosion of institutions today will create a path for potential repression of political opponents in the future. And yet, despite the severity of this crisis in Latin America, created by authoritarian regimes, there are worrying signs of appeasement toward Maduro's regime in particular, coming from unexpected places, from democracies. While Washington once took a firm stance against his dictatorship, we have seen attempts at back-channel diplomacy, especially in the first few days of the Trump administration, showing a willingness to negotiate with a man responsible for so much suffering, with a man responsible for crimes against humanity. Democracy cannot be restored through half measures or accommodations with dictators. It must be defended with unwavering conviction. And just as Ukraine needs to have a strong say in the way any future peace is achieved with Russia, the world's democracies' full support should be behind Edmundo González and Maria Corina Machado for them to lead their country back to democratic rule. We must be clear. Whether they come from the political left or the political right, authoritarian regimes around the world are the greatest threat to human rights, both around the world and in Latin America. These regimes thrive on fear, censorship, and the dismantling of democratic institutions. And if we, in the free and democratic world, allow them to continue unchecked, we risk losing the freedoms that so many have fought for. The time to act is now. The international community of democracies, including the United States, Canada, Switzerland, the European Union, must take a firm stance against authoritarianism in all its forms. Now more than ever, instead of reducing it, we must increase our support for civil society organizations, independent journalists, and democratic movements that continue to resist repression, often at great personal risk. The people of Latin America, as well as those in Hong Kong, China, Vietnam, Iran, Eritrea, Belarus, Russia, those countries we have heard from today, they all deserve real democracy, one where elections are free and fair, and where politics are not reduced to the whim of a brutal dictator, but where it is truly the inherent right of every free citizen to decide the future of their country. The fight for democracy in every corner of the world is not just a moral imperative. It is a necessary condition for global harmony, peace, and prosperity. And it is a fight that we must not abandon. Thank you.
For the next speech, interpretation is available in English and French. Headphones can be found on the tables or next to the chairs. Please select your preferred language. Channel 1 for English, Channel 2 for French. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Quiero darle las gracias al Señor por salvarme la vida.
I want to thank my God for saving my life.
En la protesta del 11 de julio en
on the protest of the 11th of July, when I got shot 3 times.
Quiero darle las gracias al Señor por permitirme ser el primer cubano en compartir la mesa con el presidente de Venezuela, Edmundo González.
I want to thank the Lord for allowing me to be sitting next to Mr. Edmundo González, President-elect of Venezuela.
Y poder denunciar los crímenes que se llevan a cabo en mi país, ya que llevo 3 años y medio exigiéndole la indemnización.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity to denounce human rights abuses in Cuba. I am not a politician. I am not an activist. I am an ice cream seller from Havana, Cuba. And yet, every aspect of my life has been poisoned by Cuban politics and their corrupt regime. When I was 4 years old, the government expelled my father to the US. My mother was devastated. She killed herself. I couldn't possibly understand it at that age. But my teacher said that my father was a bad man, and that's why he'd been deported. Later, I learned that it was a lie, Cuban propaganda. My father wasn't a criminal. He was one of the 125,000 Cubans forced out in 1980. As a teenager, I found my talent for boxing. I beat every single one of my competitors and became the top boxer in Cuba. It only made sense that I joined the national team and compete at the World Boxing Cup. But the regime refused because of my ties to my father. That's what I mean when I say Cuban politics ruined my life. They tore apart my family, drove my mother to suicide, and ended my career in professional sports. All before I turned 18. And then, when I was 49, they tried to murder me. It was July 2021, in the midst of the COVID crisis. Hospitals had collapsed, people were dying, and the morgues and cemeteries couldn't keep up. But the authorities spoke to the media like nothing was wrong, like it was all under control. So on July 11, hundreds of thousands of Cubans took to the streets to demand a change of government. Now, to be clear, I was not involved in these protests. I'd spent the day selling ice cream, finished around 4:30 p.m., and went to meet up with some friends for a drink. We saw the crowd of protesters, but they were peaceful, chanting slogans like "Patria y vida," freedom, and we're not afraid. But then the anti-riot brigades showed up, and it quickly turned into a battlefield. Police attacked protesters violently, throwing stones at them and forcing them to retreat. I hurried back to my neighborhood, but just a few blocks away from my home, I heard a colonel tell a group of 6 officers, "Fire on everyone." That's when the shooting started. I was terrified. One officer shot at my head, but he missed and hit the wall behind me. I hid behind a pillar, then tried to run into a neighboring building. The policeman fired a second shot, hitting me in my right leg, just below the knee. I fell to the floor, crying in pain. I realized I couldn't stand up, and the officer fired again, hitting me in the back. I cried out for help. 2 neighbors dragged me into the building. The officer tried to follow, shouting, "Where's the black guy? We want to make sure he's dead." but my neighbors helped me hide. Thankfully, one of them, Jocelyn Rodriguez Roa, was a doctor. I knew him from school. He put a tourniquet around my leg to stop me from bleeding and covered the bullet wounds on my back. When I finally got to the hospital, the police outside started beating me with sticks. Doctors rushed to help me, and the last thing I remember hearing was the police asking, "Are you going to save that counter-revolutionary?" The head doctor said, "Yes, we're going to save his life because that is our job." I woke up covered in bandages. They'd successfully removed one bullet from my leg and one from my abdomen, but one remained lodged between my ribs. It is still inside me today. After 12 days, they discharged me from the hospital, and though I still had a massive open wound from the surgery. And doctors agreed I'd be safer at home, since agents from the Technical Investigations Department kept showing up to interrogate me. I'd spend the next year and 8 months lying in bed. My local doctor's clinic didn't have the medicine I needed, so I had to get medicine from my father and half-sister in the United States. If I didn't have family abroad to help me, I would have died, which is rather ironic, isn't it? Protesters were fighting for better healthcare and access to medicines. I was shot by police, and they fell victim to the very system they protested. Even though I had a painful wound on my abdomen, the regime forced me to go to the police unit every week to sign an agreement that I wouldn't get involved in politics. And often, without warning, state officials would show up to interrogate me or put me under house arrest. Even though, remember, I was not a protester and I was never charged with a crime. They arrested Jocelyn Rodriguez Roa, my neighbor, the doctor who saved my life. I tried to testify in his case, but they refused my entry and sentenced him to 12 years in prison. The reason I'm alive is the same reason he's in prison today as we speak. Eventually, I hired a lawyer to get justice and financial compensation for all of my medical expenses. The regime came up with all kinds of excuses. They conveniently lost my medical records at the hospital. The ballistics department said they never found projectiles that could be linked to any officers who might have shot me. And that even if they did shoot me, which they didn't, allegedly, it would have been excused because they were in the line of duty. But I know who shot me. He was a captain of the specialized police force. At least 7 other people were shot by the police that week, and we know of at least one fatality. Though fatality is perhaps too kind of a word. 36-year-old Duivus Laurencio Tejada was murdered by Ioannis Pellegrin Hernandez, the second lieutenant of the police. Officer Hernandez was never punished for his crime. I am living proof of the Cuban regime's violent repression on July 11 and how willing they were to murder civilians. That is the violence of my country in pictures. That is what they did to me on July 11, and that is how they left me.
de asesinar al pueblo cubano, desarmado.
The order had been given to shot at civilians. Cuba's violence must come to an end. I am here today to demand justice for myself, for the protesters, for police prisoners, for political prisoners, and for everyone persecuted by the corrupt Cuban regime. For political prisoners, for everyone persecuted by the corrupt Cuban regime, I demand justice, truth, and freedom for Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Liberal International is a proud, long-time partner of the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, and I am honored to be here today for the 17th Annual Summit to present the 2025 Courage Award. Each year, this prize recognizes those who have shown bravery in the defense of freedom and human dignity. This year, 30 human rights groups that co-sponsored the Geneva Summit have chosen to honor two inspiring figures from Venezuela: President-elect Edmundo González and Maria Corina Machado. For over 2 decades, the people of Venezuela have suffered under a regime that has systematically dismantled democratic institutions, suppressed dissent, and trampled on fundamental human rights. The situation has become so bad that over 7 million people have fled the country. Against this backdrop of repression and hardship, Edmundo González and Maria Corina Machado have emerged as beacons of moral courage, offering the Venezuelan people a vision of hope and renewal. Ms. Machado has spent years at the forefront of opposition, standing strong in the face of authoritarianism. Despite being barred from running for office and facing relentless persecution, she has never wavered in her resolve to restore democracy in her country. Her voice has been a rallying cry for millions who dream of a free and prosperous Venezuela. Edmundo González, a seasoned diplomat, was thrust into the political spotlight at a critical moment. And as the consensus candidate of the democratic opposition, his calm resolve, principled leadership, and defense of democratic values have inspired a nation yearning for change. Despite all attempts by the regime to obstruct, intimidate, and delegitimize the opposition, the Venezuelan people have spoken. The historic victory of Edmundo Gonzalez in the presidential election of last July represents not only a triumph of democracy, but also a testament to the resilience of those who have fought for it. But be in no doubt, Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez have risked everything for a cause greater than themselves, the right of their people to live in freedom and dignity. For their dedication to democracy in defiance of dictatorship, for their faith in the triumph of the human spirit, we are proud to present the 2025 Courage Award to President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez and Maria Corina Machado. Maria cannot be here as she cannot leave Venezuela, but President-elect Gonzalez, we are so honored to have you with us. Please come forward to receive this well-deserved recognition.
Good afternoon, all of you. Excellencies, distinguished member of the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. It is an honor to accept this Courage Award, one that goes beyond me as an individual. It is a testament to the resilience of a people who, in the face of adversity, have chosen not to give in, not to woo the face of adversity, not to stay silent, not to surrender. I share this award with Maria Corina Machado, whose determination embodies the unbreakable spirit of our nation, and with every Venezuelan who has made courage a way of life. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the determination to push forward despite it. And that is exactly what Venezuela has done. After 25 years of threats, Venezuelans have both on July 28th raised their voice and continue to fight today. The cost of this fight has been steep. Since the elections, more than 2,000 people have been arbitrarily detained. Forced disappearance and arbitrary arrests have become routine tools of persecution. My son-in-law was kidnapped on January the 7th, and his children, my 7 and 8-year-old grandchildren, when he was going to school. To this day, his whereabouts remain unknown. Former presidential candidate Enrique Marquez has also been arbitrarily detained. Human rights defenders like Rocio San Miguel and Javier Tarazona remain in prison. Their campaign team have spent more than 300 days seeking refuge in the Argentine embassy in Caracas. Over the past 2 months, they have faced relentless security forces siege and have been deprived of electricity and access to drinking water. Maria Corina has intercepted in broad daylight and abducted by security forces in the middle of a public demonstration. Journalists have been persecuted, media outlets shut down, and ordinary citizens in prison simply by expressing their desire to change. Each of these cases is not just a personal tragedy. They are part of a deliberate strategy by the regime to instill fear and crush any trace of dissent. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has warned about the use of repression as a state policy, the shrinking of civic space, and the alarming condition of political prisoners. Meanwhile, Venezuelan migration, driven by repression and economic collapse, has become the largest humanitarian emergency in the Western Hemisphere. Millions of Venezuelans have sought refuge in neighboring countries and beyond, facing enormous challenge as they struggle to integrate and survive. In the face of this, the international community cannot remain indifferent. The struggle of Venezuelan people is not just about our freedom. It's also about protecting democratic stability across our hemisphere. The recognition we receive today is not a finish line. It is a reminder of the responsibility we share. It is not just about resistance. It is about building. Building with ideas, with organization, with unity. Building on the memory of what we once were and the certainty of what we can become. Democracy is not a distant promise. It's a space we must claim throughout concrete action, with the conviction of those who know that fear is nothing more than an echo that fades in the face of determination. There are 3 urgent and necessary actions that I want to emphasize today. First, strengthening international pressure. Second, protecting persecuted Venezuelans. And third, enforcing international human rights treaties. The fight for democracy unites us across borders and calls us to rise the sacrifice so many have made. I want to thank the organizations that have made this summit possible, both inside and outside the country, who continue to strive for freedom. We are not alone. We are not few. There is still too much work ahead. Democracy must be fought for and with the support of the free world and unwavering determination of our people. We will prevail. The recognition is not just an award. It is a commitment, a reminder that our fight for democracy and human rights in Venezuela is our North Star. Thank you for your attention.
Dear friends, organizers, and distinguished guests at the Geneva Summit, from Venezuela, I want to express my deepest gratitude to you for recognizing President-elect Edmundo González and me with the Courage Award 2025. The mere fact of being considered here among so many brave people fighting all over the planet to defend freedom, democracy, and human rights is a huge honor. Evidently, the true deserving recipient of this prize is the Venezuelan people. The courage recognized here today is the courage demonstrated by millions of Venezuelan citizens who on July 28 won an overwhelming victory over a brutal tyranny. That day, Edmundo González obtained more than twice as many votes as Nicolás Maduro, reaching almost 70% support among those who were allowed to vote. Furthermore, if the regime that oppresses Venezuela today had not used countless arguments to prevent millions of Venezuelans from voting, the gap would have been much greater. This is why it is necessary to value that victory in its fair measure. Anyone who knows today's Venezuela understands that behind each of those millions of votes lies enormous courage, work, and love. That's the courage required to overcome the censorship, lies, coercion, and threats the autocratic regime imposes on every single Venezuelan, inside and outside our country. That's the courage it takes not only to vote, but also to defend your voice. Maduro agreed to compete against Edmundo González because he thought that we, the citizens, would never be able to prove our victory. He ordered everyone under his command to prevent widespread access of electoral monitors to the original tally sheets printed by the voting machines. But he never anticipated that very high level of organization that our people had to develop on this occasion. Hundreds of thousands of brave citizens participating in the collection and publication of the original tally sheets. To do this, our volunteers and monitors had to overcome all kinds of threats at each voting center, then take the tally sheets to the totalization centers that evaded the surveillance of the autocratic regime. Thanks to these largely anonymous heroes to whom this Courage Award truly belongs, the victory of the Venezuelan Democrats is known and recognized worldwide. But by committing to this goal, thousands of Venezuelans and their family took great risks. The Maduro regime does not forgive them for the defeat they inflicted on July 28, and that is why they are now the targets of the true manhunt. In order to break any citizen resistance, the regime repression forces apply Sappenhat, the persecution of an entire family for the acts of a single individual. The persecution was already merciless before July 28 elections. The members of our campaign teams know this well. Many of them are in prison, some over a year. Many suffered forced disappearances and torture, including the son-in-law of our president-elect. Hundreds more are in hiding or exile, while my closest collaborators remain as hostages in the Argentinian embassy. These groups survive a brutal siege day by day while they are denied the safe conduct required by the international treaties. The post-election repression has been even more brutal. More than 2,000 Venezuelans have joined those who, for political reasons, suffer human rights violations and crimes against humanity. Children, teenagers, women, the elderly, the disabled. No one is safe from this savage repression. In spite of that, the courage of Venezuelan Democrats is infinite because our fight is just and necessary. We have managed to unite a country, tearing down the barriers the regime built to divide us. Ours is the fight of a nation united against a criminal tyranny in defense of human rights, freedom, and democracy. That is why we have no alternative but victory. We will continue fighting until the end, until justice reigns again in Venezuela and we can bring our kids back home. We have come such a long way. Maduro regime today is isolated internationally, rejected nationally, and divided within. Venezuelans are determined to defend our July 28th mandate and our constitution and popular sovereignty and force. Yes, we're facing the most dangerous and challenging hours. We are prepared and determined, and we know that we are not alone, as all of you have proven today. Venezuela will be free. This fight is until the end. Thank you.
Congratulations, President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez and Leader Maria Corina Machado on receiving the 2025 Courage Award, and on your important calls to action and the 3 points that President Gonzalez highlighted, and the need for the freedom of his compatriots and colleagues currently hiding in the Argentinian embassy and being denied their fundamental rights of safe passage to seek asylum abroad. We must support them in their struggle for freedom, and all the brave Venezuelans who continue to take to the streets, including, as Maria Corina Machado emphasized, that over 70% of those allowed to vote that supported her and Edmundo Gonzalez, who are the democratic voice of Venezuela, and we are delighted that they're here with us today. And may I also congratulate each and every one of our brave speakers on their courage, despite enduring the unspeakable, to be on this stage and to find the words to describe the indescribable, which should be a clarion call for us all. Mariam, mourning the heinous murder of her child Abolfaz by the terrorist regime in Tehran. Tehran has the highest rate of child executions in the world, and the story that she shared is one of many families who are suffering and need the support of the international community. We heard from Niamat Ahmadi, who shared the story of the murder of her loved ones and the ongoing genocide, the second genocide in our lifetimes of the people of Sudan. And we heard from Rahima Mahmoud on the plight of the Uyghurs, and Namki of Tibet. We heard about the situation in Vietnam and in Cuba. And we heard of the political prisoners on the front line of fighting the impunity that allows for this injustice to prevail. Their fight is the fight for our common humanity, a fight against injustice, and a fight that requires the support of each and every person individually and collectively in this room and at the United Nations. and in alphabetical order, quickly list some of the dissidents we heard of today. But again, each of these dissidents are emblematic of thousands of others who are suffering in silence and who represent the struggle for freedom, humanity, democracy in our times, the greatest human rights struggles and defining challenges of our era. So Raif Badawi, whose wife Ensaf was a speaker at this podium a few years ago and whose family was unable to join, as Nisbat mentioned, caught between the desert storms and the storms of Canada that precluded their being here, but where Raif suffered a sentence simply for being a blogger calling for tolerance and pluralism of 10 years in prison and 1,000 lashes. And while his prison sentence has expired, he should not be forgotten because he is suffering possibly an even worse fate for a blogger and someone who champions freedom of expression, having his voice snuffed out with threat of being sent back to prison if he speaks out, and being deprived of his right to come to Canada to join his wife and children who await being reunited with him. Also, Dr. Wang Bingzhang, whose son Times was here on the stage sharing their plight to return their father to Canada as well, a McGill graduate who decided, instead of pursuing his medical career, to become the leader of the Chinese pro-democracy movement, and who remains today the longest held political prisoner in the world, sentenced to a torturous sentence of life imprisonment and solitary confinement, and who has suffered multiple strokes and ailments as a result of that, and who must be liberated immediately. We had an empty chair in honor of Rahile Dawut, a Uyghur scholar and community leader disappeared by China. And as well, an empty chair for Swedish-Iranian doctor Ahmadreza Jalali, and likewise for Maria Kalesnikava, the Belarusian opposition leader, whose sister Tatiana Khomich was a speaker here in previous years, and where she is being persecuted for her campaign to be the voice of the Belarusian people. Likewise, we heard from Sebastian Lai, the son of Jimmy Lai, who at 77 years of age is in solitary confinement in Hong Kong, as his lead counsel says, running a newspaper and speaking to journalists, talking to politicians about politics, and speaking to human rights organizations about human rights. So for exercising these very basic and fundamental rights, he is suffering in torturous conditions in Hong Kong, and is currently undergoing a sham trial, which makes it a particularly propitious moment for us to intervene and pressure Hong Kong authorities to secure his release. He is a British citizen. He could have fled, he could have left, but he decided to stay and be a lightning rod as a prominent Hong Konger to be the voice of the people and deflect the attention from all those who are being persecuted in the streets. And as well, Mahmoud and Mariam Meirabi, we heard from their sister, Mahan. They're being persecuted for supporting the Women Life Freedom movement in Iran. And finally, Dawut Isaac, whose daughter, Bethlehem, was here on this stage describing the conditions of the world's longest unlawfully detained journalist in a society, a government that is persecuting innocent people, forced conscription, as Bethlehem described, with repression that has been described as matching or exceeding North Korea. And yet, there is no international condemnation commensurate with the scope and scale of those crimes, and which calls out for justice. So again, with each of these cases and causes referenced at the summit, there are thousands of others languishing in pain with lives and loved ones they're struggling to return to, and they deserve all of our support. Their continued imprisonment is not only an indictment of the governments imprisoning them, but an indictment of all the democracies that are not working to secure their freedom. Their sham trials bring shame, not to those falsely accused, but on the international community that far too often stands silent. It should be the names of these political prisoners that are echoing in the halls of the United Nations next door, not the voices of those persecuting them. So the founding resolution of the United Nations Human Rights Council actually states this expressly. It says that all those elected to the council must abide by the highest standards of human rights norms, and that those engaged in widespread and systematic human rights abuses can be removed. And thanks to the work of this Geneva Summit for Human Rights and the 30 international co-sponsors, and especially Hillel Neuer, who's been the champion of these campaigns, Russia was removed from the UN Human Rights Council for the first time ever, and Iran, with, again, the support of Nazanin Afshinjam and other brave and courageous activists, was removed from the Women's Rights Council. With enough effort and collective campaigning, we can ensure that it's the voices of dissidents that prevail over demagogues and dictators. So that's a call to action for us all to build off of these previous successes to ensure that for any state holding any of the dissidents whose family members took the stage earlier today, that they be subject to the same pressure campaigns and efforts to remove them, to hold the United Nations to its founding principles and mandate, and to ensure that they see, these imprisoning states, see arbitrary detention and hostage-taking as a liability and not as leverage. But until then, all democratic nations should be raising these cases publicly, prominently, and persistently, whether in government statements, in diplomatic interventions at the UN, such as the Universal Periodic Review. There are dedicated spaces for this where governments, when called upon, stay silent. They should be saying the names of every dissident whose names were spoken in this room, in the halls of the UN as well. While the dictators are in those rooms, every democracy should be repeating these names every time one of those dictators takes the podium, at the UPR and at other moments. And certainly as well in direct representations with the imprisoning states. There's a lot of bilateral relationships that far too often are focused on profit over principle, and every country, whenever they're meeting with one of these governments, should be raising the names of these dissidents. So it should not be these dissidents sitting in prison, but those imprisoning them. There are international crimes that are in breach. As President Edmundo Gonzalez stated, there are international treaties and norms that most of the world, both democratic states and those violating rights, all proclaim that they adhere to, and they must be held accountable to them. So the International Criminal Court, for example, instead of taking action for the over 15,000 politically motivated arbitrary arrests in Venezuela that President Gonzalez described, instead of taking action on that, they cut a deal with the dictator to cooperate. So we must put pressure on these international institutions to uphold international law, adhere to their mandate, and issue international arrest warrants for these international crimes. But where the international community is not doing what they can, our democratic states must do what they should. Most of our rule of law nations have specific provisions like universal jurisdiction that allow for prosecutions of these crimes. If the International Criminal Court isn't acting, we must act, submit evidence, provide witnesses to independent prosecution services, to departments of justice, to ensure that none of these dictators can travel to a free nation without seeing the inside of a courtroom. Because again, while impunity prevails, a lot of these dictators are vacationing, enjoying the beaches, the banks, and the businesses of our democratic nations while denying their compatriots and their fellow citizens the very same rights that they like to enjoy in democracies abroad. And that gives us leverage, so long as they like to hide their ill-gotten gains in our democracies. and send their families to study in our schools while they target the families of dissidents, as we heard again from President Gonzalez in the targeting of his son-in-law, Rafael Tuders. We must hold them accountable and subject them to targeted Magnitsky sanctions, as Nazanin Afshinjam mentioned in summarizing the panel of Iranian dissidents and the call to action that those crimes call out for. We have laws in our countries that allow for visa bans, business dealing prohibitions, asset forfeitures, but we're not using them. So every single one of these dictators, when they try to travel abroad, should be subject to arrest warrants and to targeted Magnitsky sanctions. And one example, we saw Vladimir Kara-Murza on the stage earlier with Yevgenia, which is a case study on the effective use of targeted sanctions. Not only was Vladimir an architect of these sanctions to ensure that dictators are held accountable, but for the first time, these sanctions were actually used in the case of a political prisoner. Canada sanctioned the corrupt judges and jailers, prosecutors and police who were involved in his sham trial. And then the UK and the US and the EU followed. It shows that these measures work. I remember Vladimir reporting that these sanctions struck fear in the heart of his persecutors. But sadly, this was not only the first case, but the only case where these sanctions were used. They should be universalized and implemented across the board. Wherever there is a case of a dissident, immediately we should be looking at what are the names of those persecuting them and how do we hold them accountable, with sanctions and prosecutions being foremost amongst that tool set. And oftentimes, as we heard again from the brave group of Iranians and from Reza Shah, terrorism is something that is used by the regimes persecuting these dissidents, but quite perniciously often weaponized against them in a legal format. So while regimes subject them to terrorism, these very same victims are charged with terrorism. But yet, these perpetrators are welcomed in our jurisdictions. Each and every one of these jurisdictions should be rightfully and legally describing these perpetrator regimes as terrorist entities. The Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps was finally listed in Canada as one, but they can operate freely here in Switzerland. So while a lot of these brave Iranians went to the Palais des Nations to testify, braved the stage to testify, the IRGC can come here and harass them and target them, which they do. Switzerland must designate the IRGC. The UK, which has seen Iranian journalists, last year's Courage Award recipients, subject to assassination attempts, allow that to happen with impunity. The UK must designate the IRGC, and the EU. That is a natural next step that we must hold our governments accountable to. And likewise, we heard about the situation in Sudan. The RSF should be designated. And while Putin is being invited back to the G7 by some malign actors, and ceasefire discussions, as Vladimir Kara-Murza described, are being imposed without Ukraine at the table, we cannot forget about the brave Russian dissidents subject to Russian state terrorism. The Russian state apparatus should similarly be designated as a terrorist entity, and Russian dissidents cannot be forgotten amidst these discussions. Likewise with prisoners of war, as Vladimir described, under the Third Geneva Convention, and all those who aren't even covered by some of these conventions because the crimes they are subjected to are so heinous that civilians, including thousands of children, have currently been disappeared and are being held and must be a part of these ceasefire discussions. So while it can be easy to see to cynicism and despair after going through the list summarizing all the atrocities we've heard today, the situations of political prisoners, and the government inaction that underpins and even enables it all, I conclude this conference with hope. Again, citing Vladimir, who used to say this as an historian, but can now say it as someone with the lived experience of having endured it. history shows that freedom prevails. And as Martin Luther King Jr. would often say, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And I would add that it's because of the brave and noble and inspiring individuals who took to this stage earlier today and who are on the front lines, all those dissidents fighting for our collective shared values and for humanity as a whole. It's because of them that that arc continues to bend. And it's because of good policies and campaigns like the kind that Nazanin and Hillel lead that it brings that arc of justice ever closer to reality. So may all the testimonies we heard today be not only an act of remembrance, but a remembrance, like all these brave heroes, we must always act. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon, for magnificent concluding remarks. Before we call up our speakers to take photos in just a moment, we have a new feature this year. We have one of the amazing features of the summit is we have a tremendous amount of students from Geneva who participate in the summit. This year we offered a raffle for students who participated, and if they win the raffle, they win our Fight Like a Girl sweatshirt, which has been worn by many women's rights activists around the world, including Evgenia, Nazanin, I think Nazanin Boniadi, and many other famous people have worn this on Instagram. So I'm going to read out 3 names. I'm going to choose 3 names, and if your name is read out and chosen, then you'll please invite you to go to the registration desk to collect your prize. So the first winner of this amazing Women Life Freedom sweatshirt is Anaël Rader. Anaël Rader from Florimont. Okay, that's the first. Second winner of this magnificent Women Life Freedom sweatshirt is, it's a little hard to read.
Anna Angelica.
That's the last name is Anna Angelica. So Anna Angelica is the last name. You can collect your prize at the registration desk. The final winner of the magnificent Women Life Freedom sweatshirt is Ingvild Eidnamas. Ingvild Eidnamas, please go to the registration desk to collect your prize. With that, thank you everyone. I would like to ask the speakers, anyone who appeared on stage today, all the speakers, if you will please come forward for a group photo. Please join us.
Hello?
All speakers from today.